biggest win. You're my greatest soul in the wind. Love your body when you're going down. It's your love that I'm fighting for. You need to know in our values scanning more. You're my biggest win. You're my greatest soul in the wind. Love your body when you're going down. Your love that I'm fighting for. You need to know in our values scanning more. You're my biggest win. You're my greatest soul in the wind. The wind blows, but you can show me. When the wind blows, you can hold me. We can fly away. We can fly away. Yeah. Ooh, I love your body when you're going down. It's your love that I'm fighting for. You need to know in our values scanning more. You're my biggest win. You're my greatest soul in the wind. Love your body when you're going down.
Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
So the little unit that I bought is 120 per meters. It's small. So one of the major spaces that I'm going to be overhauling here is the kitchen, which I'm really, really excited about. Because for me, the kitchen is absolutely the heart of the home. It's a room that's important to so many people. So it is the one room that I'm really spending my time, my energy, and my money on. I think
Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. I don't wanna keep on second guessing. 'Cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing. 'Cause guessing is useless.
Right, how's it? You're right. Good morning, colleagues. Can we settle down to start the new day? Can somebody from the team just check people outside, the ones that are loitering? Thanks, Lisejo. I hope you all slept well and enjoyed the drinks at the Hard Rock Cafe. I must say, when I got back to the hotel at 9:30 last night, I walked past the bar in the hotel, and I thought there were 200 people in the bar. The noise was, and when I popped in, I saw many of you there. I won't point you out, I won't mention names, but I hope you have enough energy for this morning. So today's session, we have a session until lunchtime. I'm going to finish off my duties now and hand over to Rado. So the session we have now is, we call it our second keynote address for the conference. We had the first one yesterday by the Minister of Entrepreneurship from Botswana. Today we have the Deputy Governor from the Central Bank of Eswatini, Ms. Felicia Dlamini-Kunene, will address us. The minister it was the first time we've been addressed by a minister other than within the financial sector cluster. So we'll talk a bit more about why that is important. We are moving closer to the financial sector now with the Deputy Governor. She, again, I don't know where Maxine is. Should I use her Google direction to all of you? She also has a long and impressive CV. Sabelo told me that she is an engineer as well, technical, agriculture, economist. Is that right? Yes, I've been a scientist, that's the word I'm looking for. She has held a number of impressive previous positions at the African Development Bank, as well as at the IMF. She has a master's in economics. She currently is serving as the chair of the Financial Stability Technical Committee and the chair of the State-Owned Enterprise Reform Task Team, and it goes on. So you have the name, please Google it. Deputy Governor, please come and address us.
Program Director, representative of the SADC Secretariat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I know we had a good time last night, and we're still waking up, so I understand coffee's outside. Just grab a cup. Program Director, I wish to convey my warmest greetings to you all on the occasion of the 2023 SADC Financial Inclusion Forum. It is an honor and a privilege to address this gathering today. I listened yesterday and I know the CVs are extensive around the tables. It is also a great pleasure to be participating in this forum that is discussing issues that are very close to my heart. The 2020 themes: sustainable finance, financial literacy and consumer protection, women's financial inclusion, digital finance, and inclusive growth are subsets of issues that I am very passionate about, which are economic inclusion and broad-based economic growth and development. Yesterday at the holding room, we had a conversation with the minister, and we said, it is important that we're talking about financial inclusion, but it's a small component of what we need to do. We need to discuss economic inclusion, because if we do that, then the other pieces fall into place. Financial inclusion is a very important topic for SADC, as around 30% of the population still is excluded. Based on this, I hereby commend efforts by the SADC Secretariat, including our partners, the SADC Banking Association, FINMA Trust, UNCDF, and the EU, for leading efforts to developing a new financial inclusion strategy for SADC. It is crucial that at a regional level, there is a framework that fosters improvements in financial inclusion. Each country will then have to customize or borrow from the regional strategy to meet its own country specificities. It is important that we don't copy, but we copy and adapt. I am confident that this forum will help us today here deepen understanding on the emerging financial inclusion issues affecting SADC, and also to contribute to the finalization of the new strategy. Member countries should also use this forum to share success stories, to learn from each other and from peers how we can address the issue of financial inclusion. It is a battle that we can win if we work together and we collaborate. We need to be open to new knowledge, to new and address new challenges. We need to be open to engaging. When we look around the global space, people are moving away from collaboration, from integration, but they are inward looking. We should avoid doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me move to the main theme for my presentation today, which is the real-time gross settlement RTGS Renewal Program on regional development. It is critical to note that the SADC RTGS operator, the South African Reserve Bank, is the one at present that is implementing the renewal program, as it was sanctioned by the SADC Committee of Central Bank Governors. The SADC RTGS was implemented almost 10 years ago, in July 2013, on a technology platform hosted by the South African Reserve Bank. I remember clearly when these conversations started around 2005 at the CCBG. It was not easy. The discussions were very difficult. I remember my governor at that time. I had attended the officials' meeting and I was briefing him. He looked at the paper and he said, this project is expensive, especially for Eswatini. I understand that we need to do it, but it is going to be a mountain to climb. That said, with my governor, who had progressed to be the Minister of Finance and now retired, the project was successfully implemented, and the technology, since its inception, has served and continues to serve the SADC community as we speak. I had a brief conversation with him on yesterday evening. We were talking about other things, and I said, I'm going to talk about RTGS. And the former governor, Mr. Martin Dlamini, said, hey, Nkosi yami. So he still maintains that sentiment. There has been a major technological change in the last decade. We have seen new innovations. We have seen new thought processes. Therefore, the business and the regulatory landscapes are also evolving. This requires that the SADC RTGS be responsive to these developments. The RTGS Renewal Program was launched to keep pace with the emerging developments and addressed observed challenges amongst other issues. According to the SADC RTGS operator, the South African Reserve Bank, in consultation with the system participants, the main drivers for the SADC RTGS Renewal Program include the following. 1, cyber and operational resilience. 2, enhanced end-to-end management, risk management. 3, wider interoperability. 4, wider access. 5, customer satisfaction. And 6, technology refresh. With this being a financial inclusion forum, I will focus on 3 of the drivers: wider access, customer satisfaction, and wider interoperability. On wider access, opening up the payments industry is conducive with financial inclusion. By opening up the payment system, we create competition. We enable development of new payment products and services, and we will definitely attract new users. The enhanced competition should, by design or expectation or assumption, foster more innovation among payment service providers. This will lead to better services and better products. These offerings, if done well, will meet the needs of the financially excluded population. These efforts also complement very well with other financial sector policy goals, such as financial stability, reducing operational reliance on a very small number of banks, especially in smaller countries. And this is done by extending direct and indirect access to non-bank payment service providers, including fintechs. Fintechs are challenging the traditional way of doing business, the traditional way of payments. They offer newer payment solutions, better services, and products to customers and consumers. What we need to guard against is the cost implication to the end consumers. I know Zama sitting there would be happy if the cost is kept at very low levels, because he's more concerned about protecting the consumers. Wider access by these new non-bank payment service providers to the central bank payment systems can spur further digital innovation. It will enhance financial stability by increasing the number of final settlements conducted in central bank money, as opposed to other forms of money like private cryptocurrencies, which are gaining popularity. Ladies and gentlemen, as a region, we must take advantage of our payment system infrastructures like the SADC RTGS and transactions cleared on immediate basis, TCIB. We should use them as a backbone for innovative cross-border payments, including remittances. It is easy to keep creating new platforms. We had an extended conversation yesterday over dinner on how we should take advantage of the developments we have done over the past 2-3 decades instead of coming up with new platforms. There was mention at the table of the COMESA payments platform, of the RTGS, of several others. And right now, at a global stage in Africa, we are progressing a new platform. It is a cost to countries. It will definitely add cost to the consumers. When we think about remittances, we all know that transmitting remittances is very expensive. However, for some beneficiaries and families, this is the only source of income. So why, as public administrators, are we making sure, or are we not making sure, that the cost of transmitting remittances, which are the only source of income, excuse me, for especially the lower end of the income echelon, are not reduced? As members of SADC, we need to continue working together to harmonize our regulatory frameworks, our regulatory requirements for remittances. We also have to think together how we ensure compliance on AML, CFT, without increasing the cost to the end consumer. This will go a long way in attaining the SDG 1, which is the call for an end to poverty in all its manifestations by 2030. 2030 is not very far. Let me turn the page and talk about customer satisfaction. As customers, which we all are, we have basic expectations when it comes to service provision. We expect faster service, lower cost, especially transaction costs. We expect understanding of the service provider of my needs. Therefore, the Renewal program seeks to lower transaction costs through efficient processing of transactions, additional products and services to participants, and reduce the friction of transaction processing. Processing times have also been reduced since transactions are now settled instantly, as opposed to the previous stance where transactions took 3 days to settle. All these enhance the customer experience, resulting in improved financial inclusion. The easier it becomes to do business, to transact, the more we're going to use the platforms. With regard to wider interoperability, the RTGS Renewal program seeks to improve interoperability between payment systems. This will enhance customer convenience through allowing customers to make payments across different payment platforms. Without this interoperability, customers have to go through complicated, time-consuming, and costly workarounds trying to transact with users in different payment service platforms. I think most of us in the CMA have seen our banks communicating, saying as of such and such a day, your transactions will not be done this way, they'll be done that way. It is all it will take longer as we adapt, but it's trying to make the systems talk to each other so that it is more efficient. In the short term, we shall be inconvenienced, but in the medium to longer term, we shall see the benefits of that inconvenience. Program Director, allow me to talk briefly about the ISO 222 project. This is a message standard and an initiative to adopt a common financial messaging language globally. This messaging standard seeks to enhance communication across different payment platforms and other systems that consume and process payment transaction data. Here again, increased interoperability can promote ways in which users can reroute payments, especially when there is an outage. This will reduce the risk of downtime and help to keep the economies functioning. In Eswatini, mobile money has been the main driver of financial inclusion. And we heard yesterday that in many other countries, this has been the case. Interoperability between banks and non-banks would further drive access and usage of the payment systems. This could apply in both the domestic and regional context. It is therefore one of the reasons as a country we support the SADC initiative on transactions cleared on a real-time basis, TCIB. This system seeks to address the issue of remittances in the region, and it caters for participation of banks and non-banks. If successfully implemented, this model could see a seamless and cost-effective remittances in the region once the model is developed to cover the remittances beyond person to person. That is institutional and other corporate participation. Other benefits that will arise from the ISO adoption will be much improved information concerning the identities of those in the payment transactions, particularly transparency and visibility of transactions. It aligns well with the AML CFT standards, resulting in the integrity of the system. Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to talk a little bit about what Eswatini has done as part of the RTGS Renewal program. In line with the stipulated timelines, which were 23rd March 2023, the Eswatini banking system has also achieved the ISO 222 readiness for cross-border payments. The Central Bank of Eswatini is now facilitating an assessment of participants' readiness for market testing of the SADC RTGS system planned for the 24th of October 2023. The Central Bank is in the procurement stage of a SWIFT professional to support the project for the SADC RTGS renewal program. It is an in-house system, including the ongoing upgrade of the domestic RTGS upgrade project. I have to look down because this is more technical. In conclusion, Program Director, as we work and finalize the SADC financial inclusion strategy for the next 5 years, the Kingdom of Eswatini remains committed to the goal of improving financial inclusion, and we will continue to work with SADC on the initiative that support this goal, like the SADC RTGS Renewal Program. The country launched its financial literacy strategy in March of this year, and it is now working on the review of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. With these remarks, I want to wish us today successful interactions, and I hope we walk away at the end of today, which is around 1, with having answered Mr. Pierre's questions that he gave us yesterday. With these remarks, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, and congratulations on achieving the ISO 220 standard for cross-border payments. You know, when I started working in this space at Finmark, about 12 years ago, with Mojgan sitting at the back there, we also got involved in the RTGS process. And when we got involved, I think central banks had already been working on this for 10 years already, to try and get RTGSs in each of the countries first, and then to look at the system. I was always amazed at what capacity we have in the region to be able to put together such a complex system across 15 countries at the time. Also, when people ask me about regional financial integration, does it work? Has it worked? Where has it worked? Of course, not talking about the European Union. The SADC RTGS is probably the most practical and visible success of regional financial integration. I'm not sure there is another practical example of what can be achieved and why regional integration can work if we put the energies to it and we work together. So thank you very much for that, Deputy Governor. We will also talk about the retail cross-payment system, the TSIP system that the Deputy Governor referred to in one of the panels this afternoon or this morning. Rado will tell us when, but we'll then be able to link the high-value settlement system, RTGS, and the retail payment system, TSIP, together, and we'll then be able to see the entire picture. I now have to hand over to Rado to take us through the rest of the day. Rado is a project officer within the FIC department with his boss here. Rado is one of the people that do a lot of the work, the running around and all of the work that is done, and credit to all of the bosses that sit next to me here. So Rado, please take over.
Good morning, colleagues. We look very tired. Next time, Brendan, maybe we should organize this event on the last day. Good morning, colleagues. Okay, all protocol observed. Thank you so much, Deputy Governor, for your participation to this forum. We are really honored of your participation. Indeed, you have highlighted the importance of payment systems in driving financial inclusion in the region, especially when it comes to wider access, customer satisfaction, and then also wider interoperability. You have mentioned also, Deputy Governor, the importance of collaboration and the need for us to be open to new challenges And indeed, we need to address the challenges that we have discussed yesterday during the presentation by our experts. Deputy Governor, also we noted the fact that we need to be open to new knowledge, and thank you so much for your guidance on that. The importance of collaboration, and you shared with us the journey that the region went through in the implementation of the SADC RTGS. This year we are celebrating 10 years of SADC RTGS. So I think that's an important step for us as a region. Thank you so much, Deputy Governor. I wish also to take advantage of this session to inform that for those that want to know, have more information about SADC RTGS and the payment system, we've got some colleagues from the payment system project at the back. Maybe if you can raise your hands. I'm quite sure that if you are interested to have more information, details around where are we now and where are we going in terms of the implementation of the payment system initiative in the region, the colleagues are available to engage with us as well. Colleagues, I wish to invite, as we are going now to the Commission feedback, I hope that we had a very fruitful discussion in our respective commission yesterday. I wish to invite the different rapporteurs of the 4 commissions to come on the stage, and we can start the commission feedback. At the same time, I will just briefly present our program for today. So as I present the program, may I please kindly request the rapporteur for the different commissions to come on the stage. So before the tea break, colleagues, we are going to have the commission feedback, followed by a presentation by our colleague Damola on the M&E framework. Then we will open up for discussions, following the discussions that, following the presentation by the rapporteur, but also the presentation by Damola. So before tea break, we will have an opportunity to open for discussions. After tea break, we are going to have a very interesting topic. The first one, panel discussion on cross-border capital transfers, remittances and trade. Then the second one, a panel discussion on climate finance models relevant to the SADC market. So as you can see, the day for today, it's quite interesting. We have a very hectic agenda, and we hope that the discussion that we are having today, this morning before the tea break, but also the discussion during the panel session will help us to improve the strategy on financial inclusion and SMEs' access to finance. Colleagues, without further ado, thank you so much. I'm not sure if you volunteered or you have been appointed to be the rapporteur, but thank you so much for, for being with us today. This is the way that we are going to proceed in this session. Each rapporteur, you have 10 minutes, sharp 10 minutes for the presentation. And please, I wish us to go straight to the key issues. If you have cosmetic issues that you have discussed during the session, please share them with us, with the facilitators, with SADC Secretariat. We'll incorporate them in the document, in the draft strategy. But during this discussion, we wish to invite you to focus on the critical issues that you were discussing yesterday. So 10 minutes per commission in terms of the time allocation. I wish to invite, and I think you will bear with me, that we start with Commission 1, then followed by Commission 2, Commission 3, and Commission 4. As you present your commission, Rapporteur, maybe you can just introduce yourself quickly and also from which organization and from which country, from which member states. Thank you so much. I will now hand over to the Rapporteur of Commission number 1. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Program Director, fellow delegates, distinguished guests. On behalf of Commission 1, my name is Sidney Teixeira from Angola, from the Capital Markets Commission, and I will be presenting the main discussion points and recommendations from yesterday's session. So in terms of agenda, we will look quickly at the vision. I don't know if I have a ticker, but I think I'll just go. We'll look quickly at the agenda, the analysis of the 3 pillars, and then overall general remarks that we're recurring. So in terms of the vision, which states an inclusive SADC financial system that empowers individuals and businesses to contribute to industrialization, inclusive growth, and sustainable economic well-being. In terms of general recommendations, we have the following. We felt that there was a need to mention specifically the need to unlock the access to domestic and international capital. Thank you. It should be somewhere stated in the vision. And on a second recommendation, we felt that the words stable and innovative, in particular regarding to the financial system, should be specified in the vision because we felt the need to have, obviously we need a stable financial system. Without that, we won't get much work done. And also an innovative financial system that is able to deal with specific necessities of the SADC region. Yes. So regarding the first pillar, which focuses on the harmonization of regulation and guidelines, just wanted to state that there was a lot of discussion yesterday, a lot of fruitful and at some points heated discussions, but we chose to present here all the main discussion points that were either had full consensus or that were not, that there were no debates about, I would say. So in terms of the first discussion point, we felt that there was no specific mention of a regulatory sandbox, which is a very, very particular and important point given the disparity in number of fintechs in the different member states. And then we felt that we needed legal frameworks that were able to accommodate the rapid evolution of the fintech ecosystem. So in general terms of recommendations, we felt that somewhere along the first pillar, there needed to be a specific activity with regards to the implementation of a regulatory sandbox. Moving on to the second pillar, which focuses on regional infrastructure platforms and projects, we discussed the following. The lack of interoperability of the payment systems, the lack of digital IDs across member countries, the lack of a unified vision for the capital markets development, the lack of a specific mention of microinsurance products for the informal sector, the lack of a regional standard for SMEs. We felt that many countries have slightly different or specific definitions for SMEs, which then makes it a little bit more difficult to compare within the member states. And we felt that there was a need to highlight entrepreneurship under the SME financial education activity. So in terms of recommendations, we have obviously promote the interoperability of the payment systems with a specific need to include non-banking financial institutions. We also have the recommendation to implement a region-wide digital ID, which will facilitate movement within the member states. We would like to see a capital markets master plan. So all the member states are driving towards the same specific goals. Then we would like to see include a specific objective which safeguards the development of microinsurance and pension products for the informal sector. We also have then recommend a region-wide standard definition for SMEs. And finally, we have to include a general capacity building in the entrepreneurship training beyond financial education. Moving on to the third pillar, last but not least, obviously, which focuses on the target SADC level support for member states. We discussed the following. There's a general difficulty in assessing information about SMEs across the member states. There was a misalignment in the financial inclusion initiatives with sustainable development outcomes. We also felt that there was not enough focus on rural areas, So in terms of recommendations, we would like to see a general region-wide SME data portal. We would like to have the financial inclusion strategies aligned with broader financing structures. And then we would also recommend to adjust, well, this is something that Rado said not to do, but it was very specific, so we stated here, which was adjust the objective 3.4 to read as follows: support country authorities to strengthen financial inclusion, targeting rural areas, women and youth. We also looked very quickly at the enablers, and we discussed the following: the lack of contributions from the beneficiaries of the reports. We noted that many of the entities that used the data in the reports didn't participate actively in elaborating the reports. There was a need to secure resources for funding the strategies, and also we needed to make sure that we were able to secure stakeholder engagement. So in terms of recommendations, we would like to find methods or methodologies to promote the participation of the various beneficiaries of the reports, ensure resource mobilization for all the initiatives, and also develop incentives to promote the participation of the member states. And we have a specific recommendation, something like ratings and maybe even peer pressure, but that's just between us. And finally, in terms of general remarks, there are some reoccurring themes throughout the discussions, which was the need for coordination and funding, capacity building, smart objectives, the domestication of the strategy, and then a need to use action words for all activities, words that are binding, and to avoid words like explore, consider, and encourage. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Commission 1. I wish to invite the members of the Commission, in case we have left out anything. Are we happy with what we have discussed yesterday, Commission 1? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let us now move to the presentation by Commission number 2. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can I hear a resounding yes? Am I audible? Thank you very much. It is always good to come after another presenter has done the work. In Commission 2, we had the countries that you can see on the screen: Botswana, Eswatini, Malawi, Lesotho, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And my name, as I'm Daud Ntantiko, you can call me Daud, from Malawi. I work with the Reserve Bank of Malawi, which is the central bank. Under Commission 2, we had guided kind of questions from the facilitators, and we started with the general comments on this strategy. And for sure, we had a long list of comments, a prolonged kind of discussion. The 2 hours was not even enough for us. But the good news is much of our work has already been done by Commission 1. I think that is the best thing that we can say to this morning. So in conclusion, as I conclude, I want the group to take note of the following. Generally, Commission 2 was in an opinion that the strategy itself captures almost everything of what is required on the ground. And the countries, we also noted that countries continue to follow their country strategies, despite the fact that we have regional kind of strategies on the ground. So on that one, the fear was that even if we are struggling with the development of this particular strategy, countries would find themselves following what is ruling on the ground, what is ruling in their countries. So to that effect, all what we are saying, the strategy should also contain or carry provisions that would entice countries to align their individual strategies to what is ruling in the regional or this regional proposed strategy. In terms of areas to be included, we looked at a number of issues. As I said, most of them have already been carried out by Commission 1. However, I want to draw your attention to point number 1. We emphasizing on the point that this strategy should also consider the improvement in credit infrastructure and the integration of collateral registry that would enhance cross-border trade. Moving on, in terms of additional activities from Commission 2, we had a number of them, and as I said, some of them have been carried by Commission 1. However, I want to draw your attention to point number 4, which is there is need for the harmonization of interpretation of standards or definitions before harmonizing the regulations. So then moving on, again, on additional activities, we also emphasized or focused on this point, number 5. The strategy should encourage collaboration among participating financial institutions as they see, currently, they see each other as competitors. And little do they know or do they realize that we are now in a dynamic world. Every day things are changing. The best way is to move together. Then in terms of challenges, we had a number of them. What would it stop us from not achieving the outcomes of this particular strategy? So we noted, as I said earlier on, countries are at different levels of development and infrastructure. So that is also a key factor that would make some countries not to achieve as many goals as they can, because most of them, their infrastructure is not up to date. Then we also noted that key actors need to create enabling environment. Failure to do so would present challenges to attainment of the expected outcomes. Then lastly, we also noted the need for capacitation and coordination on green finance at country levels. In terms of funding, we noted as Commission 2 the need for funding mechanisms to assist the piloting of new market ideas. Then we also noted access to funding, that access to funding allows MSCs to do things properly, and that would go a long way to accelerating efforts as a region. This also applies to the implementation of this particular strategy. The SADC strategy, the SADC Financial Inclusion Strategy can be used to approach potential funders to mobilize resources. So lack of funding to the implementation of this particular strategy was noted to be a major factor that would stop or that would make us not achieve the goals of this particular strategy. At country, we also looked at the strategy vis-a-vis what is happening at country levels, and at most countries resonates with the draft SADC. Oh, is it? So how do I do this? Good. So people, you are not good. All this time you didn't see what I was presenting. You should have stopped me on the way. You have missed quite a lot. So you see, as I said, as Commission 2, we had quite a lot of discussion points, and we came, for your information, we came up with almost 11 pages of comments, 11 pages. So it wasn't easy. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Yes. So as I was saying, we also compared this particular strategy to what is happening on the ground in terms of individual countries. So we noted that most countries are doing activities that resonate very well with the draft SADC financial strategy. As you can see, Malawi M&E indicators are aligned, Eswatini target groups are aligned, and also Lesotho, the enhancement of the current infrastructure and alternative credit scoring is also aligned or are also aligned to the strategy itself. South Africa's the same, Zimbabwe. Okay, South Africa the same, Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commission 2. Let's give a round of applause to Commission 2 and a very round of applause, colleagues. And the Commission 2 they are very clever. They are saying that everything was covered by Commission 1, but at the end of the day, they are bringing new issues.
I was concluding.
Oh, thank you so much. Is there anything left out by the rapporteur? I wish to invite members of Commission 2 if there is anything left out. We are good? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. I think it's just highlighted that I think we had very fruitful discussions, pointing out so many additions to the regional strategy. Maybe I just thought maybe I might need just to add one or two. I think the first one relating to capacity building, most member states had indicated that there is more of capacity building in terms of AML and CFT, and they need more in terms of capacity building on PF relating to proliferation and financing of weapons of mass destruction. Then the second one is relating to the need for the region to be very bold in terms of putting a stake in the what we call in terms of currencies on board. like on the SADC RTGS thing. I think it started in 2013, and I think it was noted that only Angola has come on board. So there's need to for the region to take a stake board on that, so that we achieve what needs to be achieved. Then the last one relating to M&E data indicators. I think we've noted that from most SADC countries, most of them, they are now working on the second phase of their national financial inclusion strategies, and they are moving forward from access more to usage and real economic activity. So there was suggestion that there is need to this needs to be supported by the adoption of specific indicators that track growth in economic activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inputs coming from Commission number 2. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you very much. As we said, we had quite a long discussion. As such, going by Maxine kind of direction, we implore and request the group to Google Commission 2. Okay.
Okay, no, thank you so much. All of the inputs, please be ensured that we'll incorporate it in the draft strategy. We know that we have some limited time here, but the inputs, the written inputs, especially the cosmetic ones also, will be taken into consideration. Now I wish to invite Commission number 3 to share also their comments and the feedback from the discussion that they had yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radom. My name is Rachel Mushosho from the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Thank you. And I'm reporting back on behalf of Commission 3. Most of the issues have actually been highlighted by the 2 previous commissions. So I'll just focus on those issues that I think we also need to add. The Commission noted that historically, we have focused financial inclusion initiatives on banks, and it will be important that this strategy incorporates a lot of issues on non-banks, given that when you look at financial inclusion, you're not just looking at a consumer receiving banking products, but a wider array of financial services, including those in the insurance and pensions market, as well as the capital markets. And also the issue of the fintech era that we are in. We have fintech companies that are also offering financial services. So there's need to have this strategy capture issues to do with fintechs. The other issue that came out was the issue of monitoring and evaluation framework. I think members in the group were saying, how do we make sure that the SADC member countries actually comply or try and put in place strategies that are being recommended at SADC level? So there is need to have some form of monitoring and evaluation framework. The issue of accountability, how do you ensure that the countries actually do comply, that they actually come up with those strategies and they put in place systems as recommended at SADC level. The other one that came out was the issue of financial literacy or digital literacy. Although financial literacy is a cross-cutting issue in all the pillars of the strategy that the SADC is proposing in the new strategy, it was felt that this should actually be a standalone issue that needs to be deliberated on, because it facilitates consumers in making more informed decisions. And it will also contribute to the overall financial health of the consumers of financial services. The Therefore, this strategy should also incorporate robust financial education and financial literacy programs. Consumer protection is already there. It was felt that it should be prioritized at a regional level as well as at country level, given the digital era that we are in. Then the Commission also noted that it is important to have a robust, well-structured communication strategy at SADC level to facilitate dissemination of accurate information to all stakeholders. And expectations are that at country level, each country would then have a national financial inclusion strategy, communication strategy that facilitates timely information sharing among financial inclusion stakeholders. Actually, in the group, we discovered that there were documents, for example, that were circulated to members of, let me give just an example, members of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, maybe in the NPS division, and those that were in the financial inclusion division were not even aware that that document was circulated. So the need for that communication strategy was emphasized in the group. Then members also spoke about other optional funding initiatives for the capital markets, for example, crowdfunding, which is usually used for startups, companies, and this would be good for micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we felt that it should maybe come also in the strategy as a suggested source of funding. We also noted issues of demand side surveys, that we normally do these surveys in most countries after 5 years, but in the majority of SADC countries, it's beyond 5 years. For example, in Zimbabwe, we had our surveys in 2014, and the next survey was in 2022. And in between those two periods, a lot of things would have taken place and they are not captured. So there was a recommendation that we need to create a baseline for the SADC member countries to facilitate comparability. It's difficult to have a baseline in the sense that we can't all have a FinScope survey during the same period, but maybe if we can have it within two years or so, that will also be helpful. And then the last one is the implementation of regulations for fintechs and new technology. The delegates raised an issue there to say we need it included in the strategy. And surprisingly, we noted that there's a fintech development in the SADC region document that was circulated to SADC members. I'm not too sure how many of us had sight of that particular document. But I think it then speaks to what I was saying earlier on, the issue of an effective communication strategy. I think these were the issues that were raised by Commission 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commission number 3. Members of the Commission, do you have anything to add, please? If not, let us give another round of applause to Commission number 3 colleagues. Commission number 4, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Commission number 4. My name is Gerson from the Bank of Namibia. In Commission number 4, we looked at the strategy and our overall position is that it's comprehensive, but it needs to specifically strengthen some of the pillars. Pillar number 1, we concluded that there is a proliferation of virtual assets, and that needs to come out more prominently and should be emphasized at the regional level. And also, in particular, the Commission felt that the strategy should borrow from the CCBG FinTech Working Group landscape and ecosystem in order to strengthen this aspect. And also under Pillar 1, 1.2, the Commission is of the view that there is a need for an additional activity in terms of the scoping of the FinTech framework for non-banks, and that can be done through the activities of CISNA, and that goes hand in hand with also enhancing the regional innovation and FinTech regulatory framework, which should take advantage of the FinTech innovation strategy. Moving on to pillar number 2, the Commission is of the view that there is a need to include a standalone objective for inclusive insurance and pension, and that should come in under objective 2.3. The Commission also raised the issue of utilizing the mortality tables of South Africa, which should be actually applied or customized to the needs of individual member states. And with regard to the pillar number 2, the Commission is suggesting that the issues of women and youth should be generally combined, or they should come through in terms of the pillars. So, for example, under Pillar 2, 2.5, it should be renamed to Women and Youth Targeted Interventions, and this should come across throughout the strategy in terms of ensuring consistency. And the Commission also looked at the capital markets, which is likely to be a challenge in terms of developing them in the region, particularly given that it's mainly Mauritius and South Africa which are advanced in that regard. So the strategy needs really to be more clear on how to develop an effective intervention capital market strategy in the region and targeting all the economies. I see. Okay. So, looking at pillar number 3, the Commission felt that there is a need to look at this issue and determine whether countries have already ratified the protocol on trade and in services, and whether there is really a need to include this in the strategy, or else maybe it might constitute a duplication of effort. So the Commission felt like there is a need to know from the member states with respect to their commitments under the protocol on trade and services, and reconcile that with what is being set out in the strategy. And also in 3.4, to strengthen financial inclusion in rural areas, but also, except women and youth, we should also include people with disabilities. And also, when it comes now to pillar number 4, under 4.1c, the Commission is recommending that we also strengthen capacity, not only at member states level, but also at the substructure levels. And also under the same pillar, the Commission is of the view that there is a need to strengthen the data portals with regard to coming up with disaggregated data, especially in terms of gender and the other criteria or dimensions. And that aspect should also be emphasized under 4.2. Moving on to pillar 4 is actually the last one. But there are certain issues that we also looked at as to whether maybe the strategy did not include, but they are of critical importance to be included in the strategy. So under pillar number 2, for example, 2.2 and 2.4, the Commission is of the view that those points were not properly articulated, or they are a little bit vague, and there's a need to emphasize products or interventions. For example, the gender bonds, and also under 2.3, the Commission concluded that insurance products seems to be a struggle to develop in the SADC region, so there is a need to strengthen that aspect in terms of the relevant structures for SADC to provide the framework to enable the development of these products, particularly your micro insurance. And also under strategy, pillar number 3, the Commission felt like there is a need to domesticate financial literacy best practices and the materials and the programs, and also to actually try and build in the best practices in terms of the consumer financial education, and try to borrow from the guidelines which include the best practices. And the Commission also emphasized that there is a need really to get market conduct and consumer protection aspects right in order for us to make progress. And that is coupled with issues of consumer education and protection. And also the Commission was of the view that there is a need for information sharing on credit aspects and movable collateral, particularly in the realm of SMEs. So the strategy should provide more details on that, which are aspects of credit registry. And finally, the Commission also emphasized that there is a need to actually translate the documents like the strategy in all the key languages that are spoken in the region, such as French, English, and Portuguese. That was the report back from Commission number 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commission number 4. Is there anything that members of the Commission number 4 would like to add, please? If not, thank you so much. Let's give also another. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, it's not an addition. I just wanted to clarify one of the issues that we felt that maybe it needs to be clarified, or at least put more exactly in the strategy. And this is an issue about financial education. We are of the view that the member states may benefit from some kind of a guideline being included in the regional strategy with regards to how financial education should be financed. Because as it is in some of the countries, we have a situation where we feel that on the ground, we do have non-governmental organizations, right, which could be very effective in terms of implementing financial education programs, because they're on the ground. Some of them work with the grassroots groups, grassroots women, youth, and maybe with people with disabilities. But the problem is that in terms of availing resources for those non-governmental organizations to be able to carry out that financial education aspect on behalf of the sector, it doesn't happen, because the financing that is available, it is such that it is the banks or the formal sector is actually contributing to be able to go and implement financial education. So, but if we have some kind of a fund, or at least the financial model that can actually ensure that there is a financial model, there is a financial resource, and those can be availed to organizations that can be able to effectively reach out in terms of financial education. That might just be more effective than what is currently happening in some of the countries. So if that can be included in the regional strategy in terms of what financial models are there, and then those can actually be cascaded down to the country level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that important input. And we took note of that. Yes, my colleague on my left.
Thank you very much, Rado. There was reference to utilizing or leveraging the existing mortality tables for South Africa for countries in the region. I wanted to raise an issue for us in Zimbabwe. We recently worked on a mortality tables project for us to have Zimbabwe specific mortality tables, and the preliminary results indicate that there are disparities between the tables that we were using before. That includes the South African tables and what has come out of the project that we have conducted. Are we not going to have a situation where some countries may be using tables that are not responding to their unique systems as countries, as evidenced by the preliminary results of our mortality table survey? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think it's more a question that colleagues on the table we can discuss later on. What I would like to suggest, we took note of the question. Then when it comes to the discussions, we'll try to provide feedback, but also we want to invite the other colleagues, for instance, colleagues from South Africa, if they can share their experience on that. I hope that is fine. Thank you so much. Colleagues, let's give a round of applause to all of our rapporteurs, but also to all of us. To all of us who we have worked hard during the commission yesterday. In some commissions, we have even noted that we went beyond the time allocated for the discussion. It shows that the time was not enough. However, we have gathered a lot of inputs, which will help us to improve the draft strategy. We will have time for discussion later on, but at this point, I wish to invite our rapporteurs now to join the respective table, and to invite Damola, who is our expert on M&E, to make a very brief presentation on the M&E framework within the strategy. And after that, we'll have a discussion, plenary discussions on what we have heard from the rapporteur, but also we want to have some comments from you colleagues on the M&E framework that my colleague Damola is going to present to us. Damola, I believe you are well known in this forum, so I don't need to introduce you again. Colleagues, you can Google, let me use the same approach. You can Google for Damola. I think we have been working with him during the past year, so most of us know him. Let's give a round of applause to him as he's coming to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a good evening. Thank you, Rado, and all protocols observed. We don't have that much time, so I'm going to go straight into what we are here to talk about. It is a continuation of the slide pack that Anthony presented yesterday, where he went into details around the implementation activities and objectives that underscore the successor strategy for the region, the financial inclusion strategy. So what I'll be doing this morning will be to look at how we've thought about those activities in terms of the indicators that we would need to track going forward. So for the next 15 minutes that I'll be here, I'll be giving an overview of the M&E framework. I will talk about the indicators. I would say a few words around the operationalization plan. And I'm also going to invite a colleague of mine, Michael, to help us navigate a poll. So we're going to run a poll where the member states will be able to kind of let us know the most important indicators to them, for instance, or the most important priorities, the most important objectives, which will give us some sort of quantitative flavor, which we'll then use to then finalize the strategy itself going forward. So that poll is very critical for all the member states to participate in. Okay, so in terms of the M&E framework and overview, what I'd like to say here is that we are looking at this from three parts. So the first is the monitoring and bit. So this is the monitoring of the actual indicators that we've shortlisted. The second is the evaluation bit, where the member states through the financial inclusion task teams will come together and look at the milestones that have been met, or where there's been shortcomings and where pivots need to happen, or where we need to kind of reconsider the way forward, which would be encapsulated under the evaluation process bit. And then the real work, which is the ongoing tracking of the implementation plan. So the implementation plan would have a list of activities which Rado, the team, the MRE office will be tracking over time. So that essentially kind of gives you a sense of what the M&E framework entails. And with the indicators themselves, we'll be looking at issues around baselining and targets, and then obviously the key matters around data sources, data collection, and data analysis, which I'm not going to go into the minutia here, but the little schematic on the slide that's on the screen right now kind of gives you what that entails. So when it comes to the indicators, I think it's also quite important to give a sense of why we've chosen the indicators that we've selected. So first of all, if you think about all the activities that Anthony presented yesterday and that you discussed during the commissions, you would notice that there's quite a lot of activities there. And the process of coming to a point where we identify indicators essentially looks at defining pathways from those activities to what would then be a way of gauging the outcomes at a target market level. So at an adult level, or at a rural level, or at a level of tracking women, for instance, being that these are the important target groups for the financial inclusion strategy. We've also considered specific output indicators that we think are critical, especially that are quite important for regional interventions, so regional projects that need to happen so that countries, member states can localize them. So essentially, we have a flavor of outcome and output indicators. We've also reduced the number of indicators from up to about 80 indicators to 23 indicators, which I'll go through. And then what we've also done is use proxies, particularly if you think about some of the outcome indicators where we definitely need a demand side survey so we can assess our indicators based on a unit of measure at a human level, and not volumes and values, which typically comes from supply side data. But a lot of our proxies will be supply side data. So without much further ado, the strategic level indicators, which will be the top line indicators, are on the screen, which essentially looks at being financially included in the region. So the first one is the percentage of adults that are financially included, which includes formal and informal. And we're looking to disaggregate this by gender and youth. The proxies there are the number of active bank accounts per 100,000 adults, and the number of active mobile money accounts per 100,000 adults. We could have added more proxies that cover additional non-bank services, but in our experience, these two dimensions are areas where we've been successful in the past to get data. The second strategic level indicator is the percentage of SMEs that are formally included. So this is using formal financial services, also disaggregated by gender and youth. The proxy for this one is slightly deficient in a sense that when we're talking about SMEs, we are also looking at micro enterprises. And we all know that micro enterprises are usually unregulated or informal. They are not registered businesses. And if we're going to be looking at proxies that is looking at the volumes of loans to SMEs, most of these micro enterprises are likely to be using their personal accounts. So we wouldn't pick that information up in here. So, which makes it quite important that member states invest in demand-side surveys that capture SMEs. The third high-level strategic level indicator is around the adoption or the implementation of things like model laws or regional guidelines and frameworks that have been adopted by the member states. This would also include the refresh of your national financial inclusion strategy. So we think it's quite important to track what we've agreed upon at a regional level and how that has been domesticated at a country level. Okay, so I'm going to go into the short list of indicators now, and you already have these indicators in the handouts that we gave to you yesterday, so I'm not necessarily going to just read every single one of them, but maybe touch on some of the ones that I think are probably more important, but you will also get the opportunity to express that view when we do the polling. So the first one there is around the percentage of recommendations in mutual evaluation reviews that might have been conducted by FATF or SAMALAG that have been accepted and implemented by the member states. So obviously this is more of an output indicator, as I've said, and not necessarily outcome indicator. The rationale is there for all to see. The second one is around the percentage of adults that trust formal financial services or financial service providers. And this is an outcome indicator that reconciles what we're trying to achieve with the market conduct issues, the consumer protection issues that Anthony have already described in the implementation plan that he presented yesterday. The third one is around formal financial inclusion, which is essentially a derivative of the very first strategic indicator that I presented. The fourth one tries to track usage, particularly around digital financial inclusion, so person-to-person transactions, business-to-business transactions over digital platforms, for instance. So the very first indicator there is looking at the percentage of adults that are disaggregated by our usual target dimension or stratification areas that use digital financial services. And then we are also looking at the SMEs that are using digital financial services as well. The proxies, they also are not the full list of digital delivery channels. So we acknowledge that the proxies don't necessarily cover those, but we try to cover things that speak to card-based digital payments and phone-based digital payments, which is why we have volumes of POS transactions there. And we also have mobile money, which we've talked about being the driver of financial inclusion, but it's also been critical in driving digital payments. So person-to-business payments, business-to-person payments, government payments, taxes, and value chain activities between businesses, so business-to-business transactions. This is quite important, and we're hoping the member states will be able to provide the level of data that would help us to capture this, especially if we don't have very frequent demand-side surveys. The fifth one looks at SMEs with formal credit financing across banks and non-banks. We think this is important around the financing objective of the strategy, and we can think of this as an outcome indicator. The sixth indicator here tries to track issues around cross-border payments and remittances. This particular one is looking at remittances. So we're looking at the cost of remittances within the region, which also aligns with the G20 and SDG goals around the reduction of the cost around remittances corridors, which is what we'll be looking at. And we're also trying to track access, so the use of formal remittances platforms. So 6.2 there looks at the volumes of formal remittances within the SADC region. The seventh indicator is looking at an aspect which sits outside of the traditional banking space, particularly looking at pensions, for instance. So the issue of micro pensions, particularly for individuals that might work in the informal economy. And we think this is quite important, and it's something that is quite critical for the objectives of, say, CISNA, for instance. The seventh indicator, the eighth indicator looks at the resources and funding dedicated to the financial inclusion annexure within the SADC protocol on finance and investment, FIP, so the implementation of FIP itself. So to what extent is financial inclusion commanding resources within that context? We think this is quite important to show the commitment of the SADC Secretariat itself to delivering on financial inclusion strategy. The ninth indicator aligns with the enabling pillar that we were discussing yesterday during the commissions. So this is essentially to what extent are member states presently having demand-side surveys that are less than 3 years old in terms of ensuring that we have data that is fit for purpose. The 10th indicator looks at our ability to include SMEs on credit information sharing platforms across member states, and to what extent can we even share that at a regional level. The 11th indicator is around the visibility and usage of the regional payments infrastructure, particularly the TCIB, which the next panel discussion would actually be talking about at some level. I'm going to just skip for the benefit of time. As you can see there, the others are around the migration to the ISO 20022 standards as well. And I think it's also quite important to mention that we've captured the participation of non-banks on the TCIB scheme. The 14th indicator looks at the number of states that have localized and domesticated the Gender Action Plan, which also needs to be approved. Annie was presenting and speaking about this yesterday. The 15th indicator looks at a traditional indicator that we've been tracking for some time, which looks at accessibility. So the level of physical infrastructure that customers can engage with. So total number of POS devices, ATMs, number of agents, which is a legacy indicator that we feel we should move forward with. 16th indicator looks at the number of registered fintechs, and we've taken a position that fintechs in this sense would be those that are enabled through non-bank market participation in the digital financial services space. The 17th indicator tries to capture issues on capital markets and their contribution to environmental, social, and governance initiatives. So we talked about gender bonds and green bonds yesterday. So to what extent can the capital markets in the region engender that and foster that through the introduction of new products? The 18th looks to the extent to which member states get together in an event such as this one, where we interact with each other, we share learnings, country learnings, and try and figure out what is happening in terms of best practices across the region, and also give feedback based on what we've achieved at a regional level. And we believe this could either be a regional driven process or even a member state level process. So the number of financial inclusion forums within the region, we think,
participants only.
Another key initiative that is being implemented parallel to this process is the development of the SADC Financial Inclusion Data Portal. And once we launch this strategy and once that portal is in place, we think tracking the interaction with the portal is quite important going forward. So we have that as the 19th. The 20th indicator there is an audit of the M&E office itself. So an audit of Rado and team. To what extent are they communicating properly? To what extent are they writing the reports that helps us to understand where we are? To what extent are they driving coordination and things of that nature? So we think it's all well and nice to have an M&E strategy, but we should also M&E ourselves. Yeah, so that is what's going on there. And then the last indicator, actually not the last one, maybe the penultimate, is looking at the, again, risk management services, and to what extent are we able to provide services that speak to risk management, particularly for individuals in the informal economy. So microinsurance, for instance, to what extent are people having access to that? Obviously disaggregated by the usual stratification areas. And then the last indicator looks to tie financial inclusion to real economic outcomes. And this definitely requires a demand side survey. So essentially what we're trying to look at here is the percentage of adults in the region that are financially healthy. So we are able to construct this using particular modules and demand side surveys that look at the ability for individuals to plan for the future, for life cycle goals, to manage risk and to manage liquidity, so day-to-day management, which obviously we can map back to key financial needs, whether they're for education or to start a business and things of that nature. So that is where we are with the indicators. Quickly on the operationalization framework, what we are thinking about around this is on your screen there. So the schematic situates the SADC Secretariat, the FIC Directorate as the center of this. So when we think about the supply side data, which will be generated at a member state level, we think that that would come from supply side data, which obviously would be collected by in-country regulators that are already participating in substructures such as CISNA, the CCBG, COSA, etc. And once they receive these supply side statistics, that is then fed to the SADC Secretariat. From the demand side perspective, that is also driven by the in-country Financial Inclusion Secretariat. In Eswatini, for instance, we have the Center for Financial Inclusion. In Zimbabwe, we have the unit that caters for financial inclusion as well. So there are dedicated secretariats at a country level. I don't think all countries have this secretariat, and I think it's quite important to ensure that all countries have those so that they can funnel information that are important and germane to tracking the indicators, and then feed that to the FIC. And from there on, that information is then used to populate the SADC Financial Inclusion Portal. That information is then used to generate the annual M&E report. And that M&E report is then also fed into the PPRM within the SADC Secretariat, which is then fed into the annual work plan for SADC. That is it for me. And at this point, I would ask my colleague Michael to just toggle screens and show how we navigate the poll. Perhaps while he's doing that, I can take one or two questions. Yes, Brenda.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. And on behalf of SISNA, we are happy. On behalf of SISNA, we are happy to see that non-bank is captured for the indicators. However, going back to the first indicator, I think, and we strongly feel that covering at least the microfinance and the SACCOs would be important indicators to show how financial inclusion is affecting the the lowest level, and especially women, SMEs. That would be a very important indicator, because if we take only the bank accounts, there are some people who have a number of bank accounts. There are big companies who have a number of bank accounts. This might not necessarily show how this is affecting the lives of the lower level people. So if it can't be captured right away, but at least there should be plans to build up this statistics so that we can then really see how financial inclusion is happening within SADC. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dionysa?
Thank you for the very insightful monitoring and evaluation framework. I want to also to push more indicators on the 7.1 on the issue of the social security schemes. Although it's rating pension, micro pension, we see that we needed to look at the social security scheme and to develop indicator on that aspect. And another issue which I want to add on microfinance, we are discussing about the microfinance deposit taking and non-deposit taking. We have SACCOs, but we miss the community microfinance groups, which we call it VSLA, VCOBA, which are more common, which are saved in the local communities. So we needed to at least to put that indicator. Another also, we needed to see who are the business development enterprises which are supporting the micro level. We need to get that indicator on the microfinance. And another thing, we have a lot of NGOs, development partners, who are supporting the grassroots. We need really to know who are that supporting, because they are playing a big impact, especially in the rural area, providing financial literacy, business development. We needed to fast track this indicator. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Annabella and then Cami and Prudence. All right. How many questions?
Sorry. No, I was saying that I really fully agree with the suggestion, although I don't know how to proper capture, but it will be also important to capture that community information coming from different organizations that are working not through the FSPs, but also they are contributing on financial inclusion, and sometimes are the entry point to become a client of a specific FSP. My point is first regarding the type of transactions that are mentioned in point 4.4, which are only related to mobile money. And I was asking myself to why those transactions are only on mobile money and not coming within the banking, because there is also this type of transaction in other.
Can you give to her?
I was okay.
Yeah, they need to.
So this is a question, and maybe it is something that we can see in that point 4, that those transactions are not all limited to mobile money. The last one is related to SME. It is good that we want to capture that information of percentage of SME in terms of volume that are getting for credit, but you are not getting? Did you get my first point? Okay, I was saying that I fully agree with the suggestion that we need to see how we can capture the information coming from the community work, community finance, because there are many entities that are working at a community level and not only at a formal. I know that sometimes we only mention the formal one, but we need to capture, because the formal will be increased based on the work that is done by those organizations at the community level. My second point was just a clarification. Why the type of transaction in point 4.4 is only related to mobile money and not to other FSPs, because I do think that we are also having this type of transaction at that level. Last is related to SME. Myself, I would like to have an indicator that is informing how much loan, how much credit is giving to SMEs, but also in type of SMEs, particularly in the area that SADC is considered priority like industrialization. How many SMEs are receiving a specific credit but are working in the area of agriculture or areas of industry? So I suggest, I don't know how easy can be captured, but could be a good information related to the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
I think I know there are more questions. We'll take them, but please, let's try to be, we are now running a little bit behind the time. And I don't want you to say to me, Rado, we want to go for shopping, but we are still in this meeting. So let's try to be specific to the point. When you ask questions, let's try to be specific to the point and keep it short. For comments, we will note them. For questions, we will respond to them. Thank you.
Okay. So it's Annabella and then Kami, right? Yes. I can take some of the questions while we're trying to find a mic. So the non-bank bit, we do intend to add that to the strategic level objectives. So if you think about an access strand, there is a component within the strand where you can isolate adults or SMEs that are being served by non-banks. So we will include that, then include proxies that are specific to the actual product types that we have within the region. Thank you.
Yeah, I have been allowed by the person who's supposed to make comments to proceed, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Okay, I have a comment, or rather an improvement, which I would suggest for outcome indicator number 10. Instead of saying number of SMEs on credit information sharing platforms, our course member says, we could use the word percentage of SMEs. I'm saying that because countries may have different numbers of SMEs, which could be changing with time. So percentage could be a better indicator than just numbers. for outcome indicator number 10. Yes, and similarly for outcome indicator number 12, we could use percentage of non-banks on TCIB per member state instead of saying number, for the same reason. That's all from me.
Sure, go for it.
Damola, I just want to reflect a little bit on M&E as to kind of stop the runaway train on changing indicators and agreeing indicators right now. I have many gray areas from M&E, many, and you have aged too in this process, and so has Christian. So it's based on sort of a building up of experience base. I think there's two things, and don't conflate the two things. The one is M&E is an accountability mechanism for policy. And it has been used as such to report on what we have achieved and what we've been able to do. And that's a political process, an endorsement on how we put that out. So from a process perspective, as it links into the strategy, the ones we did in ASEAN was ratified at ministers level. So I think you need to think about it from a procedural perspective. Once the strategy is approved, what is the process around M&E? How do you report on it, and how does it come together? In order to get the actual technical work of the M&E, the indicators, how countries come together, how they're going to get it, and we've spoken at length about the availability of data, different countries being at different places, you're going to have a very mixed bag of indicators. And for that, you need people in the room who are dealing with this that can say, these are the availability of indicators in my country. This is how I'm going to be able to get it ratified. Here's where I'm going to be able to find it. So you can get a high level feedback on the indicators now, but my urge to you is, so we don't run into implementation problems down the years, is put space to have the discussions so that because ultimately you want an annual report that's endorsed every year. So that these indicators then comes up from the ground, is doable, verifiable, and that's the whole process in itself.
I mean,
thank you, Damola. I think one of my points was already overcome by Kemi's point related to what really we want to monitor and who collect this information. And I think that is also part of the framework. I think we need to get clarity on the framework, because there is, I look at the framework, we have the supply side, demand side, and we have some basic blocks that have built to the framework, which only one, I would say, one partner, which is SADC coordination and secretariat, they only have control of. So that is a generic one. But when I look at the indicators, I think when you look, I don't know what you call strategic indicators, because I didn't see like strategic activities. I think they might be related to strategic activities or what we call impact indicators or impact level. So I think there is really a reason to subdivide also the indicators into impact level, outcome level, and output, because some of the what you call outcome today, when I look at the lists, they look like more KPIs or outputs, milestones. So this must be clear that, okay, this is a KPI, this is an output level, and this is an outcome. And again, I think we got to talk with Brendan some time ago about a number of indicators, okay, they have gone down, but as a group and family, what we really want to track in terms of systemic change. And here I see like there is space to put not just the rationale, but what results do we expect to achieve? Because that results, it can guide us in terms of what can we collect to justify that whoever, I think Kemi was mentioning about, there is country specificities that I may do something different to contribute to that result, to the same result. And when we look at the SDGs, for instance, there are sort of initiatives and activities that I will be doing, but with the objective to contribute to a particular SDG. But the activity is different, and another country will be also doing the same thing. So I think there is a need really to put a column also of results, expected results, and the objective of that particular indicator. So that's what I can say at the moment, and I think we can, if there is a need to be more specific, I can also write something. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Yes.
Thank you, Damola, and good morning to everyone. My comment, I've got two comments. The first one regards the first indicator, particularly the proxy. I think you've got two proxies there. I want to suggest another one, which would actually cover those that are neither in the banking or mobile money, because we do have that kind of industry in SADC. People that do not have active bank accounts, they don't actually participate in mobile money, but they all deal in cash. I'm not sure if that you had actually planned for that, to also measure that, or how you will actually classify those people that actually command cash, but they don't want to get into the banking system, or whether I can say those are excluded. The other part, I wanted to suggest particularly indicator 18 and 20. 18, maybe if we can replace that indicator with another indicator, because I don't think it is that much of a value to have an indicator that will measure how many forums have we had. Can't we find another indicator for that? And also the one that refers to the measurement, which is indicator 20, where we're talking about measuring the performance of Rado and his team there. I think Rado has got an internal PMS that actually measures his performance. So, or is it really proper to have it here in this strategy, except that if he is not performing, the superiors would have to determine that than to have it in this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am? Yes, please.
Oh, thank you, Damola, for the...
And sorry, this will be the last question because we're just behind time now. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the elaborative deliberation you made. I just have a few contributions that I'd like to make. Yesterday we spoke of the targeted groups, and we mentioned the disability group that I did not find in your deliberation. I'm just wondering if there could be a consideration to include that group and in capturing our data. I know it's going to be a difficult thing, but maybe through surveys, we can capture that. My second point is that the core purpose of this forum is about regional integration. We've talked about our stock exchanges integrating. We also see the linkages that are born through the remittance flow. So I'm just proposing that maybe in future we can consider to include indicators that measures the level of integration within the region, something that you can borrow from, financial stability indicators to, in a way, measure financial inclusion that flows across the region. And lastly, another proposal to consider developing a financial inclusion tracker that can be used by the member states, being fed from the data that will be collected for the portal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all your comments and questions. So we had questions around non-banks and how we can make them more prominent. And I think that is something that Anthony and I are already discussing, and we'll be doing that. The issue around MFIs and SACCOs, I think it's also an area that we could put back into the list of indicators because they're important for people in the rural areas. But obviously, the ability to be able to get data across the member states might be an issue from my experience. We talked about business development support and the activities of community organizations such as World Vision and the role that they play. I think it's something to consider. But as I'm speaking, I also just want you to think about the indicators as indicators that aim to have a very high level way of understanding what's happening within the region and allows us to compare countries. The onus is on the member states to then delve deeper and go much more granular within the context of your own NFIS implementation. So that is where quite a lot of what some of the stuff that I've heard might actually come in, because you have different countries with different realities. So it might be quite difficult to put some of these indicators within the context of regional indicators. The issue around mobile money and why we've made them quite prominent in terms of digital financial services is because mobile money is driving access to store value, to have wallets compared to banks. And that is where we are also seeing from the data a lot more activities from a DFS perspective, which is why we've made it prominent. And we can look at other institutions as they enter the market. So fintechs, perhaps in 2028, we'll have a fintech ecosystem that is much more broad, and we'll start including those in there. The issue of disaggregating SMEs, I think, again, once you have a SME survey, demand-side survey at a country level within the context of your domestic NFIS implementation, I think you can then look at the nuances that apply to you at a country level. But for us at a regional level, I think we want to take the position of having a much more high-level indicator in that regard. And I take the comment on financial stability indicators and an FI tracker, which I think is probably maybe a language issue, but particularly around the FI tracker. It's kind of something that we already put into our strategy. And obviously, once we share the report and you review what we've shared with you yesterday as well in terms of the strategy itself, we are looking forward to emails in terms of your thoughts so we can use that to finalize the strategy. So this is quite important for us. The poll is also quite critical to that process. So Michael, while Rado comes back on stage, can Michael just take the member states through how to navigate the poll? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Damola. So
at least you should stand so that we can see you. Yes. Oh, okay.
Morning, colleagues. How are we all doing? I know I'm getting in between you and the tea, but anyways. So the poll link's up. So if you can just browse to that website, I've kept it as plain as possible. So it's the finmark.org.za/F forum/. If you answer on the Wi-Fi, Z in the blue block is the Wi-Fi. There's no password required. Just connect to the Southern Sun. I've also posted it on the WhatsApp group. So if you can do it on your mobile or computer, it's up to you. It's the same survey. Once you do click on the link, I will show you what comes up. You will see this website. And if you scroll down, there will be three options. There's an English poll, Portuguese poll, and a French poll. So click on your desired language and answer the poll. The poll will take about 10 minutes. So the first two questions are very general, what country and what organization. And after that is the indicator choices. And this is where you have your say. If there's any problems, just lift your hand and I'll come assist you. Thank you.
Just a confirmation, Michael. Colleagues can complete this When is the deadline to complete this? Is it, I think we can give colleagues time up to before we conclude the forum. Is that correct?
I think that's fine. So by, yeah.
I'm saying we don't need to complete it right now as we speak, but we
No.
are kindly requesting colleagues as we are coming back from the tea break, maybe just to find 5 to 10 minutes to complete the poll. Most importantly, this is a feedback on the indicators. Let's clarify. It's not a feedback on the forum. That one will come at the end. This is a feedback on the indicators. Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you so much, Damola. Colleagues, let's give a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you so much. Let's break for tea, but after break, before we go to the panel discussion, I wish to invite our colleague Nom Kebo just to give us a brief summary of the discussions that we had this morning. So at this stage, colleagues, may I please kindly request that we break for 10 minutes. Is that okay? 10 minutes. What's the time now? 11:15. So in 10 minutes, it means 11:25 SA time. And also for colleagues that are joining online, maybe we can provide also, because you have been quiet. If there are any comments, please drop on the chat box. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions after the break from the colleagues that are joining online. Colleagues, let's go for tea break. Thank you. Colleagues, can we resume our session, please? You can bring your tea, you can bring your coffee inside. Michael, could you please help me? Do we have any comments from the virtual participants? Okay, thank you so much. No one is requesting floor from the virtual participants. Let's just wait for the other colleagues to join the session. I think meanwhile, for efficiency purpose, Mike, please kindly request our panelists for the next session, our panelists on cross-border capital transfers, remittances, and trade, to join me here. The colleague from Bank Serve Africa, from Mukuru, and I believe Advocate Tokwane and our colleague from Bank of Mauritius, they are already online and ready for the next session. But before we go to the panel discussion, may I please kindly request my sister to come and summarize, to come on the stage and to summarize the issues that we have discussed this morning. Nomkebo Hadebe, she's the CEO of Eswatini Center for Financial Inclusion. She previously held the position of Principal Finance Officer in the Ministry of Finance of Eswatini. She chaired the Alliance for Financial Inclusion Working Group and also the Financial Inclusion Strategy Peer Learning Group within the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. And please join me, colleagues, in welcoming her as she's going to summarize the discussions that we had this morning.
Colleagues, it's a good morning. So I have the daunting task of trying to bring the conversations that were going around this morning, especially in relation to the strategy. One of the things that we have not done in any of these this morning is to actually appreciate the work that has been done by both Anthony, Damola, and the people at the back. Can we give them a round of applause? They have had the daunting task to actually try and ensure that all our opinions are collated into one document. But there's a number of take-homes that I find as food for thought. And the key one that keeps on coming up is that we need to understand that financial inclusion, there's a correlation between financial inclusion and the real economy, and we need to start to put more effort into it at the moment. The other one that's pertinent this morning is to identify that the SADC financial inclusion strategy now needs to be impactful. In most jurisdictions, we've actually moved away from access. We're now using usage, welfare, and so that should be reflective of the region. But we need to also consider, as we develop the regional strategy, that we are unique and we all are diverse, but we do have one common mandate, which is financial inclusion at the moment. And that is going to be key because we cannot have the same set of indicators talking to the different jurisdictions that we have. Key takeaways from the last 2 days is there is a strong vision that we need to have more women and youth financially included in SADC. And we cannot forget that we have also a population of disabled, and there is a better term that they use in that sector. And it's important that we put emphasis on what can we do for them to access finance. And in particular, because we are targeting the rural economies of SADC, and it is important to avail these. Some of my take-homes are going to be in certain bullet points. The first one I want to take for us to look at is accountability. And we are all accountable to our beneficiaries, who have also not been given a voice on the strategy. So we have to take that home and say, let's start to involve them. I don't know how, Rado, because talking to beneficiaries is a mammoth task, but we are accountable to them because we do what we do to serve their needs. The ministers of finance and the CCBG and all the structures of SADC needs to also start to talk to each other. What kept on coming out this morning is there's a fintech paper that is going around, and I have seen it, but it has never been circulated to this financial inclusion subcommittee or forum, yet it impacts on what we think on fintech. So it means there's a lot of collaboration. I think when we talk about that as well, it talks about our understanding of MSMEs. There's other SADC structures that pay focus on MSMEs. We look at it from a financing point of view, but we also need to understand what are their thoughts, what's the DNA, and the parameters they are using for MSMEs in those forums. And we also need to look at issues of digital financial inclusion. It's going to be pertinent, but we also need to realize the realities. Is it going to really accelerate financial inclusion? And I think yesterday in one of the discussions, we realized that a number of central banks are looking at digital currencies, and they're exploring those. I wouldn't want to go back to the vision that was stated because we cannot probably please each other on that because we all have, it's probably semantics on how we write it, but the key thing that we're looking at is access to finance for those that are not included at the moment. It's pertinent that the region is also looking at alternative credit scoring mechanisms, your movable collateral registry, and credit information sharing. And that is going to be key in us moving the financial inclusion agenda in SADC. Also of importance is we need to create a financially healthy and capable SADC. So we need to look at our national financial inclusion strategies, both at individual and also at MSMEs. We need to ensure the capability and health of those sectors. And so that needs to also be highlighted in the strategies. There was talk of other partners and looking at the fact that we implement in rural economies. In the rural economies, we have your World Visions and your other developmental agencies playing there. And there's a number of other structures, and they also do operate in the informal sector. How do we capture that data? Your village savings groups, your MFIs as well. So that's going to be key. I think financial inclusion and financial development will always be married because they work hand in hand. And the development of our capital markets is key because if we're looking for alternative sources, financing mechanisms for MSMEs is going to be important as well. So the other one that is always going to be an issue is data. A number of issues have come up. You'll find that the FinScope is supposed to be done in 5 years. And because of financing issues, we are unable to meet that target. But what are we doing? And also, I think as we talk of data, There's talks of a SADC data portal that we need to implement as well. And it's going to be important, but also the other part is the quality of the data that needs to go there as well. So as we do the quality of the data that we put there, we need to also invest. Last but not least, I think for me, it would be, I wouldn't want to go into the M&E indicators. We cannot come to a common decision on that because we are unique in that way. But what is key and coming out, we need to acknowledge we're different, but we need to leverage on each other, and we're also at different economic levels of development. So we can also put those aspirations that we have in our domestic national financial inclusion strategy. But in a nutshell, we want to grow the SADC region so that it's inclusive, resilient, and adaptable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomkebo. I think you fairly summarized the discussions, the issues that we discussed this morning. At this point in time, please allow me, colleagues, to introduce our facilitator for the next session. Advocate Magedi Titus, I believe he's online. Maybe he can also switch on the video if it's possible. Advocate Magedi Titus Tokwane, he is a senior manager at the South African Reserve Bank and an advocate of the High Court of South Africa with over 20 years of experience at the Reserve Bank. The bio that I have here for him is very long. I'm not going to read until the end, but I think what we have agreed, you can Google it, colleagues, but what I can assure you, our facilitator, he has a very huge experience on this topic. So we are privileged and we are happy that he's with us today. So may I please kindly request that you take over from here, Advocate Tokwane, and at the same time, I will request our colleague Nikki to come on the stage as part of the panelists. And if possible, because we have only one panelist here, maybe I'm requesting my colleague Damola. I will also join Nikki here to sit with her. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Mr. Facilitator. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I just want to ensure that, or to make sure that if you could see the video and the voice, if it's loud and clear before I continue.
Yes, we can see the video and it's loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As you have mentioned, I am joined on the panel, the physical and the virtual panel stage by three colleagues. I will be introducing them as we go down the discussion. Unfortunately, due to other commitments, I was not in a position to join the meeting or the workshop in person. But when my colleagues informed me that there is an option to join online, I said that I would join the workshop and take it from there. From the bid that I got this morning, a program, it is exciting topics from what is being done in the region from a financial inclusion point of view, and we are here to support SADC. Now, I'm going to my talking points that I'm going to touch on. I'm going to flash that on the screen. But in the main, we're going to, my colleagues and I that are joining me on this panel, we're going to be talking more about or concentrating more on the middle mile infrastructures that have been built for SADC to enable financial inclusion in the region. From my perspective, I would provide you with a background of the high-level background of the regional integration and where the SADC payment system fits in, and ultimately the operator. And then I will focus on the SADC RTGS renewal, of which is a topic that I understand that it was touched on by the DG from Central Bank of Eswatini, where the business case for the RTGS renewal was at a high level was articulated. Right. So my colleague from Bank South Africa, Sarah Mayber, will talk about the another middle mile infrastructure that has been implemented for SADC to enable financial inclusion, among others. This solution is called TCIB. And my colleague from the Bank of Mauritius, Ashwin Ramduni, will speak about the innovations that the colleagues in Mauritius or from the Mauritius payment system have undertaken with regards to fintech hubs, open banking, and so on. And lastly, my colleague from Mukuru, ex-Finmark Trust, I nearly said Finmark Trust, sorry. Nikki Kettles will speak to us about the efforts from Mukuru as a private sector operator in the remittance space. So I would share my presentation. I think at a high level, I gave you the view of where we'll be focused on, and then I'll share my presentation of my talking points. Okay, Mr. MC, just confirm if my presentation could be seen from that point. Thank you.
Yes, we can. We
I
confirm
think
we
you
can
can see the screen. All right, thank you. Right, at a high level, I'm trying to go to, slide 2. At a high level, I'm going to talk about the foundation of the integration journey that was undertaken in SADC, the framework of how this was done. Okay, right. This is done from the perspective of the SADC payment system subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the CCBG. So this subcommittee has been tasked to look into payment system or payments related issues in the region, from regional integration perspective and to developments in the member states. This is covered in Annex 6 of the protocol of finance, the FIP. Right. Now, in around 2009 and 2009 to 2010, the committee put on a strategy after they were given go-ahead from the governors to integrate the infrastructures in the region. The strategy that they adopted then was that it was based on four pillars. Those four pillars dealt with the legal and regulatory framework for integrating infrastructures in the region. Then the pillar 2 and pillar 3 deals with the infrastructures. Here we're talking about pillar 2, which deals with the settlement infrastructure, of which it is the SADC RTGS, as most people know it. And then pillar 3 addresses what has been implemented through TCIB. Pillar 4 deals mainly with the oversight arrangements for these infrastructures that have been implemented and built for the region. I'll briefly touch on those pillars that are relevant. It is the 2 pillars that are in the middle of the presentations. So that's the ones that I will focus on. The payment settlement infrastructure pillar talks about providing benefits, which will include the what you call the network, providing provision for or benefits for interoperability, standardized payments, and risk reduction measures. Here, what you're talking about is that an infrastructure that is interoperable. Interoperable means that you could plug other infrastructures into that middle mile infrastructure and enable payments to flow through that infrastructure. In other words, what we have today, we've got the SADC RTGS that sits in the middle, and then we've got a TCIB as another infrastructure that connects to that. Right. The view is that in future, as colleagues have mentioned in the morning, we could enable other infrastructures. As example, infrastructures that does debit pool or debit order. Some people know in that sense, for say credit solutions that have been developed by market players. So this infrastructure will sit in the middle and it will connect these other infrastructures. Right. The goal, of course, is to ensure that you have a safe and efficient settlement of interbank obligations. Right. Obligations are not necessarily between banks. Obligations would be between the participants in that network that are participating. So that is the goal, that should be safe and it should be efficient. And at high level, the principles that were adopted then was that the system should be real time. It should be built on open standards, and it should be built in such a way that the accounts in the system are pre-funded. In other words, as a risk reduction measure for the entire system, you would want the accounts to be pre-funded so that you don't have risks of providing collateral to participants and expose central banks or expose other entities to that risk. And then settlement will be based on designated currencies. Designated currencies, in this instance, we are talking about SADC currencies, and there is a project to include the US dollar in the picture. Some people will say, why the US dollar in the picture? When we implemented the system in 2013, in 2015, we took a stock take or to check which currencies are being used for intra-SADC payments. We found that about, say, 63 to 65% of intra-SADC payments are denominated in dollar. And that is a big number. It's almost 2/3 of your payments in the region. So the decision that was taken was that then we would include the dollar as one of the currencies in the mix. So today we've got a ZAR that is used for settlement in the system, and there is a project to onboard the dollar. We're just working with our colleagues from the Nostro service providers for the dollar to onboard the dollar. And we have done some work with colleagues from the Bank of Angola with a view to onboard the Kwanza as an additional currency in the system. Other currencies from other countries will be included in the mix as and when we roll out those currencies, or have engagements with the central bank, and then the country in question is ready to onboard that currency. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. I'm looking at the time, mindful of the time. Right, then the next slide deals with the implementation of retail payment mechanisms, or the retail payment infrastructure. Here we are talking about when you talk about retail payments, this is your typically low value payments that include persons to persons, maybe mobile to mobile payments, or mobile to bank account payments. So this is the middle mile infrastructure that enables that. So my colleague from Bank South Africa, Sarah, will talk more about this. But from the payment system subcommittee point of view, it was felt that to enable payments in the region, we should not just focus on high value payments, but we should enable low value payments in the region. As you could imagine, I mean, solutions such as TCIB would address some of the issues, or would enable financial inclusion and address issues of remittance payments in the region. So I'm going to move on from this slide, and then I'll let my colleague from Bank South Africa, when he comes on board, to talk more on this in detail. So I'll shift my focus and then talk about the renewal. Okay, so why the renewal? The SADC RTGS has been implemented in 2013, to be precise, July 23, 2013. So in July 20, I mean, the forthcoming July, the system would be 10 years old, right? But in the main, or what should be noted, is that the system was built on the platform that is hosted by the South African Reserve Bank, right? But that platform was a bit aged by the time we implemented the system. The South African Reserve Bank platform is about 23 years old, and there was a need. I think this has been articulated by the DG in the opening address, that we needed to refresh that platform, because there have been changes around from a technology point of view, and there has been changes from the business landscape. So I'm not going to dwell much about that. But in the main, the renewal journey, it is not something that is undertaken by SADC only. From the slide that you see there, it is something that central banks around the world, and including central banks in SADC, are undertaking to renew their platforms. And those renewal journeys are driven by different business cases. But from our point of view in SADC, it was based on the fact that the platform was old, and it needed to evolve with the changing payment system landscape. Right. So that's just to give you an idea of why we went through the renewal journey, and who are other colleagues around the world that are undertaking this journey with us. Right. The renewal journey as well, when we laid down
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Advocate Tokwane. Maybe as my capacity of director of ceremony, can I suggest something? Because I'm quite sure that many aspects of the background at some point will be also discussed by the panelists. Can I suggest that maybe within the next 2 or 3 minutes, we conclude on the background, then we give an opportunity to our speakers to share and give updates also to us, so that the interventions are complementing each other. At the same time, we are trying to manage also time. If I may ask, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I will be quick, 2 minutes. Right. The renewal journey is guided by certain principles, and in the development of the principles, we considered 10 key principles, of which the ones that are relevant for the discussions today is around settlement services, that settlement services should cater for non-banks. Okay, non-banks would be institutions that would connect to the middle mile infrastructure like TCIB. I think my colleague will talk more about that. So it was important that when we considered the renewal journey, it is anchored around principles. And like I said, that one of the key principles was settlement services to cater for non-banks. Right. So the rest of the principles I'm not going to talk about because they are not relevant for the ask. Right. Then the next item that we considered was that accessibility point of view and interoperability, is that when you bring in non-traditional players into the ecosystem, they should have the capability to transact or to do business in the ecosystem. So that was considered as well, among other principles or design principles for the future RTGS. So then the next slide, just take the principles into what we call a concept. A concept is something that now is focused more on the RTGS. So in there as well, we have considered functionality, and we have considered services that then we could provide to these non-banks. In the main, there is that the system should be flexible enough, not just to allow banks to participate, but to allow non-banks to participate, and those non-banks to be able to transact in a manner that is efficient in the ecosystem. I would then take this, I'll stop sharing my slide, and then I'll shift my focus to my colleagues that are on the panel. The first one being Sarah, that if you could take an opportunity to take us through the TCIB implementation so far. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Titus. Maybe just before I start, just to echo, I'm also regretting the fact that I couldn't be there in person. I think it's probably could have been a wonderful event to rub shoulders and just network a little bit. Maybe for the sake of time, I'll jump right in, and I think a lot has been already touched on, I think, by virtue of your presentation, Titus, and probably with the Mula on certain elements of TCIB. I think for the benefit of for those that aren't fully aware with what TCIB is as a scheme or as a construct, in 2015, I think there was an idea, and it was quite the right idea if you look at the market dynamics and trends and market analysis, and Tamola sort of touched on those already, where the need for broader financial inclusion was cemented and just prioritized across the board from a SADC perspective. At that point, I think it was more around how do we leverage or capitalize on the mobile sphere or access as a mechanism, and from a service perspective. Since then it grew, and rightfully so. I think it to the scale and to the prominence that we know of TCIB is today as a fully fledged payment scheme. where in 2021 we effectively went live with DCIB in a specific domain, referring to the P2P sphere with sort of a capped value limit. There were two inaugural participants, which effectively was a first of its kind. If you think about it, was a bank sending to a non-bank and vice versa. And we started a journey of seeing how can we expand on that adoption and grow this in the market that made sense. We did incur challenges, but like they say, anything worthwhile doing is never easy. I think what probably is our greatest differentiator or benefit that DCIB is pursuing in its enablement and interoperability is also probably one of its main hurdles or challenges that we're experiencing. And that brings us more to the chicken and egg scenario, where it's a sender versus receiver who comes first, and that really hinges a lot on the commercial appeal and commercial case. We are fortunate enough to have the support and drive from our regulator regionally and domestically, and maybe in the more recent months we saw a significant and positive increase in adoption to the point where we stand today, where there's 39 members that have joined DCIB. As far as activation is concerned, there's earmarked 15 participants are in the activation cycle on top of the 2 that's already active. The 39 members are spread across 11 countries. So as I mentioned, this is quite the scale and quite the significance. Although it should be noted that around 60% of those 15 that I mentioned is residing in 2 countries, and that's by design. Thinking about scaling this in a frugal and sensible way that you can build on corridors, and that effectively substantiates or cements the market appeal, as I mentioned with the chicken and egg. As a service on itself, this is a real-time, low-value, low-cost, high-volume, multi-currency from a clearing perspective and from a settlement, as Titus mentioned just now. It's fully interoperable, not only in the fact that we're talking banks and non-banks across domain aspects, but fully interoperable in the sense of different systems and networks as well. And like I probably previously mentioned or somewhere mentioned, this, even if you think about the case of a Makuru or other commercial offerings in the region, DCIB is definitely open to incorporate or to partner or to work or to collaborate with these offerings as well. Trying to yet again bolster that idea of market forces, economies of scale, ubiquity, so that access and reach, getting to the man on the street. It's sometimes the cap and the closed loop and the limitations is what drives cost, and it drives even from thinking about how to get access to those services. So that's really is at the heart of DCIB. It does leverage a lot on its dynamic participant model, and that's a fancy way of saying, although DCIB stands up a rail in the middle, it is a scheme, a holistic scheme construct, meaning there's a governance element where members are residing, where it's the time back into your regulatory sphere. It provides that member-led onus of directing the strategic intent of the scheme and the offerings that reside within it. It does enable or provide vehicles around dispute management and rule management and rule writing. But effectively, at a service level, it also caters for what we call payments processing enablers. So different, if you think about any jurisdictions, there's existing players in that ecology. It's not to displace, it's not to disintermediate, it's to see how we can leverage and capitalize even at a domestic level these role players. If it's a technical integrator, there's a role for them. If it's an ACH, there's a role for them. If it's what we call a PPSP, meaning someone that provides settlement sponsorship, there's a role for them. Even at the user end user interface level, there is a opportunity to stand up for access and use in the market activation sphere. So it's a dynamic and robust participant model. With that obviously comes complexity, and with that comes it takes a little bit of a longer journey. I think if we get to a level of maturity where we can say this has now been fully ironed out, or at least there's a baseline or foundation in place, that this should go a lot easier and smoother. But I think it's worthwhile building, as I mentioned. It does leverage on that single infrastructure, so it's the cost is as a fundamental, and this is probably by virtue of Banks of Africa acting as that role of the RCSO, which is the regional clearing settlement systems operator, the one for SADC, but also the appointment of managing the scheme. It is to say that we, as a fundamental pricing philosophy, it's always going to be cost recovery. It's not profit maximization. So in that sense, as soon as you get the increase in market, sorry, Titus, I see a hand.
Yes, Sarah, we're just mindful of the time.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to ask you that a question that I'll give you 2 minutes for this. We've got member states in the room, virtually, and in the physical room. What kind of support would you, as the TCIB scheme manager and operator, would require to have an efficient and effective TCIB implementation? I'm going to give you 2 minutes for that.
Okay, thanks, Titus. I'll keep it brief and really concise. Fundamentally, the role of the regulator, especially if we think market development and market mobilization, plays at 3 different levels. There is alignment, there is support, and there's advocacy, or catalyst role. So at support level, this is more the practical domain. If there's a participant, especially the unconventional or new participants to the cross-border space, and if you think about our eligibility and access criteria, keeping in line with that regulatory requirements, it means there's some level of work that they have to go through from accreditation or a licensing or even a recognition perspective. A fundamental entry to TCIB means you get that no objection letter from your domestic regulator. So there's a support role in that the regulator works with the TCIB and with the respective participants. There's a catalyst or advocacy role, which is where this is owned. TCIB as a scheme and as a payments offering is owned by the regulators, where we leverage a lot around the regulators for the sake of public policy and public good to promote where possible and where feasible and where appropriate the advent of TCIB and what it means for the participants and what it means for the country. So that level of advocacy and awareness is really what builds momentum and credibility to a large extent. That's where we leverage of the regulators as well. And lastly, there's a point of alignment, which is a little bit more robust and a little bit more technical, and it's for the sake of, if you think about 2 participants standing in different countries, there's going to be inherent requirements that need to be matched. And even at a regional level, if you think about points of dispensation, points of risk, points of regulatory requirements, whether our tie back into the regional and domestic regulator gains prominence around how they can support TCIB. And for the most part, we've had positive experience. I think I can probably go on and on, but fundamentally, those would be the 3 spheres, Titus. I think you're on mute, Titus.
It seems you are on mute. Mr. Facilitator, it seems you are on mute.
Apologies about that. Paraphrase, regulatory support, catalyst role, and advocacy from member states. Now we're going to shift over here to get one of the regulators in the panel, Ashwin. If you could briefly, 5 minutes, tell us about the innovations that the authorities, including the Bank of Mauritius, have implemented in this space of payment services using fintech, open banking, and etc. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Over to you, Ashwin.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear? Titus? So everyone can hear me? Yeah, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I will echo as the other panelists. Sorry for not being able to be there physically. Would love to be among you, but unfortunately, due to commitment as well, I could move. So from the side of Bank of Mauritius, as all central banks, at the beginning of before 2019, our main focus has been mainly the wholesale transaction until 2019, where we saw a certain gap in the market, on the retail market. So what we saw was that In fact, just to give you a context, so 92% of the population is already banked in Mauritius. So we didn't really have an issue of financial inclusion, but more in terms of usage. In terms of card usage itself, so we have quite a mature card market, but in spite of that, we could see that there was still a high level of cash usage in the country. So our approach was to say, let's create the national payment switch and create some competition in the market. Because what was happening is we had two main schemes, MasterCard and Visa. Most commercial banks were issuing them. And what was happening is the product we were seeing was still the same. So what we thought was to introduce the national payment switch. So the national payment switch, it was introduced back in 2019. It had only one component at the beginning, which was the card component. But very quickly, we saw a gap similar to the TCIB. I think Sarel mentioned about it. We also saw that mobile transactions were not being carried out in Mauritius. So what was happening is we had a lot of closed loops. So we had only two providers providing mobile solution, but it was in a closed loop. So the idea was to then put in place what we call the instant payment system, which would create a certain interoperability with all the commercial banks. So when we started that, one of the initiatives of the bank was make it mandatory for every commercial bank to connect to that system. Then what we saw was telecommunication companies started thinking about their product. And one of the issues they were facing was people had to put cash on their, whenever any product they would do would be a wallet product, and people would need to walk into their shops in order to put money. And that was very inconvenient. Given that 92% of the population already has an account, this is where we created the open banking platform. So central to the instant payment system, so we created a centralized open banking so that through that platform, any person who uses a mobile app can link the account of another bank through that platform. So this means that if I have an account with Bank A, I could use the mobile app of telecommunication B to link my account, which is with Bank A. So what this did was, through this mechanism, the bank was able to onboard a lot of telecommunication companies and fintech. Okay. At the same time, so what we did from a regulatory point of view, because I think Sarel mentioned about it, it's important to have the right framework in order to help and support the fintech. So this is where we came up with the NPS Act, which was enacted in 2019 as well. And this encouraged fintech to get a license through the central bank. At the same time, we opened the RTGS in order to have settlement done for the fintech. So it was the first time that fintech companies could actually open a settlement account with the central bank so that any transaction being done on the instant payment was settled in central bank money. So that was one initiative on the open banking that we started, plus on the regulatory framework. The third aspect which started growing is government payments. So this is where we came up with the government portal. So the government portal is where ministries would do a development and integrate on the instant payment through that government portal. This meant that anyone could make payments to the government instantly. So that's a third initiative that we have started. Now, at the moment, we got 4 ministries. We're expecting at least 8 ministries to join by end of this year. So we will have police, we will have, so anything like you could pay your fine instantly without having to go into the ministry so that we don't have people queuing up. So that's some of those initiatives. I'm also very wary about time. So another initiative that we have launched is cross-border. So nowadays we are trying through bilateral agreement to interconnect our instant payment system and our card payment system with our jurisdiction as well. And this is an initiative that has started this year. So we're launching one of those maybe in July when we go live, but we have already done all the development, and this is a project which is on course at the moment. This has presented a couple of challenges in terms of interoperability, and it puts into question the governance structure as well as AML-CFT. But those things are, since it's a central bank-led project, so we've taken care of all those aspects because it was central bank to central bank kind of project. So those are the main initiatives that we currently have. Yeah, Titus, sorry, you have a question? So probably I'll leave a question before. Titus, you're still on mute.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I was just being mindful of the time. My question to you, maybe get a minute or so to respond, is to date, what has been the efficacy of the intervention in terms of the innovations that you have implemented? That maybe you could just share with the delegates. How has it been effective to date? Thank
so
you.
There are three levels where it has been, I mean, we've seen some kind of effectiveness. One of them is in terms of the interchange itself. So back in 2019, so interchange in the country was on a percentage based. With the instant payment, we've changed that, and now it's on a cap. So we've lowered that interchange. So what we're expecting in the market now is the merchant commission to also go down, so that there are more merchants who can then accept digital payments. And so far, we've seen an increase in digital payments. So this is a bit in line with what we wanted to achieve. That's the first thing. The second aspect is on government payments. So today, this is still new, the government payments, but this one also, we have a big impact in the sense that we've completely changed the interchange mechanism for the government, so that we have also fixed it so that it's easier for government to accept digital payment, because it was costing government, it was very expensive for government to actually accept digital payment through cards. But nowadays they are trying to enable that throughout all their agencies. And this is bringing down that cost aspect. And then the third one is the birth, I would say, of mobile agnostic devices, in the sense that nowadays there are new players. So we already have 4 fintechs who have in the market enabled bank agnostic mobile application, which means that you don't need to use your commercial bank facilities if you're not happy about it. So for instance, if one commercial bank is not offering you, let's say, government payments, you don't need to use their mobile app. You can just use the fintech who is offering you at a better service, right? So it's moved from you being dependent on your commercial, and it's the customer's choice now. So this is something which is very important for us. It's the customer who chooses which app they use, rather than being limited to where they hold an account. I think that's 4 items which were very important for us. Over to you, Titus.
Okay, thank you, Ashwin. We appreciate that that information. We do understand that innovations bring a lot of benefits, like you have mentioned, government payments, innovative payment services, and a reduction in costs for transacting for main industry. Then I will switch my focus to the last panelist, Nikki from Mukuru. Just to tell us about the challenges in terms of leveraging these infrastructures that we have articulated, TCIB and the SADC RTGS platform. You don't have to go all the way to tell us about Mukuru. I think the delegates are well aware of what Mukuru is, because it has been in the market for a while. But the focus for now is that if you could tell us about the challenges that you, as a private sector in the money remittance space, that you have with regard to leveraging these infrastructures. Thank you. Over to Nikki.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, so Titus, I am going to tell you a little bit about Mukuru, because I think we need to just change the narrative so that we can understand that we're talking about people. And I think, as you know from me at Finmark, financial inclusion and economic inclusivity is core to my value system and what I believe. So if we look at a player like Mukuru, that has over 12 million customers, that last year alone did over 10 million transactions, at peak times 1 a second, and they were doing person-to-person cross-border remittances. I think that understanding the needs of the clients and the customers is what's going to change the landscape for TCIP. That middle mile is not where the problems are. The middle mile, actually, the costs there are minimal. TCIB could help with things like greater access, could help with some of the Forex exchange issues, could help, I mean, there's a whole list of things that regional switches should give you. But I think that we need to acknowledge and then work from there that in the person-to-person space and moving to the business-to-person and moving to business-to-business, which is what we want to do and what we want to talk about in TCIP, the first and the last mile is still cash. We can talk bank accounts and wallets until the birds come home. It still is quite dominated by cash. And the reason it is because people still want to use the cash, and we need to change that. And the success of a lot of the fintechs and what they are doing is their large distribution networks and how they can access and make sure people get their cash. So the middle mile is always digitized. Currently it's digitized, but it's what are we going to do on either side? And I think if we start looking at that, some of the TCIP challenges will change. I mean, it's become so challenging that some of the products that we are looking at, for example, is we're using P2P to pay for groceries on the other side. We don't export the groceries, we don't pay a business, but what happens is the person on the other side acknowledges that they're getting the remittance, so the transaction is changed as a P2P, and that money goes straight in and pays for groceries. It's seamless. If I have my mother living in Dwangwa in Malawi and she runs out of electricity, what does she do? Get on a bus and go and get her money and pay for electricity? No, exactly the same. You use a P2P, transaction ends at the end of my mother acknowledging that she received her remittance, and it automatically goes and pays for her electricity. And these are some of the things that are happening to try and keep that value chain flowing. And if you can understand the value chain, I think that's where TCIP will start to become important. I mean, I was shocked, I only read it now. We have 43 licenses and over 350 live corridors. Can you imagine the pre-funding, the Forex, and all of those things that fintechs like ourselves have to go through? But we're still doing it because the value proposition is still around the distribution channel, and TCIP needs to just fix that middle, and then we can sort out the value chain on the other side. So I think if we can think about that, and if we can think about TCIP as just being that enabler. I mean, I read up a little bit. It's talking about reduction in foreign corresponding bank charges. That's what TCIP should do. Access to corridors, the same, though a lot of the fintechs already have that with all of their licenses. Reduction in settlement time. All of the fintechs do the clearing immediately. It's instantaneous, and sometimes it's a transaction a second. The settlement is the business case behind it, and that's where some of the cost reductions can come in. And then obviously settlement based on RTGS. How do you hook the non-bank financial service providers into the system so that they're acknowledged as a fintech doing certain types of transactions versus some of the greater banking transactions that bring other costs to the end consumer? So that's in a nutshell. And yes, I did tell you about Makuru, Titus, sorry.
Thank you very much, Nikki. I would not have done it in the amount of time that that you allocated, but you have done a fantastic job by giving a brief view of what you call of Mukuru. But in the main, I'm going to paraphrase or take questions on the floor, then close the session, if that that is okay with Mr. MC. I'll get direction from you.
Yes, thank you so much. Maybe in the interest of time, we can get 1 or 2 questions around this topic. But please bear with us, colleagues. When we had the discussion this morning, payment systems is core to financial inclusion. It's very important when we listen to the Deputy Governor this morning. If we really want to move on financial inclusion, we need innovation, we need new knowledge, and we need to address the challenges of cost, accessibility, and interoperability. All of the discussions that we had, you agree with me that all of our speakers touched on it. So thank you so much to our speakers, to our facilitator. Maybe let us have 1 or 2 questions before we conclude the session. Do we have questions on the virtual platform, please? Colleagues in the room, do you have questions to our experts? We have experts from central banks, we have experts from the private sector. Okay. Mr. Facilitator, it seems we don't have questions. You may wish to appreciate our speakers and close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. From where I see it is that what is important and maybe what is commendable to SADC is that in 2012 we didn't have the infrastructure that we have today, and the SADC RTGS has been a success. You could check the volumes and the values and the volumes and the numbers coming through the system. We had the colleagues from around the world coming over to SADC and SADC RTGS operations to learn how the system works, because it is deemed to be a success that has integrated the region. TSIP is another platform that is owned by SADC. We hope that it will address the challenges that our colleague from Mukuru has mentioned. My colleagues from Banks of Africa, the TSIP scheme manager and operator, this is an opportunity to close that gap as the market is requesting. I believe, and it is my view, that the member states sitting in the room will give you that level of support that you have mentioned, and then they will continue to advocate. No pun intended, by the way, the TSIP solution. From my colleague, Ashwin, we've noted that innovation that is driven at a central point in the central bank does bring a lot of benefits, among others being that government payments could be brought on board and be digitized, and that transacting costs and access and usage to our people is brought to the fore. My parting shot is that I want to thank SADC Secretariat and FinMark Trust and the EU for giving us the opportunity and the platform. And on behalf of my colleagues, we thank the ladies and gentlemen for giving us the time and the opportunity to listen to us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Everyone.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much, Advocate Tokwane, for your time. And thank you so much to all of our panelists. I think it has been a very interesting discussion, and I'm quite sure that it's not all of us who are familiar to TCIB. Transaction cleared on immediate basis, and there was a call from the speaker. Let's play a role in terms of advocacy, in terms of awareness in our respective member states. We should push, this is the agenda for the region, to use TCIB. So we wish to take opportunity of this forum, and we wish also to invite you to take this at national level so that we can play our respective role. Colleagues, we are now moving to the next panel discussion, and I wish to invite my colleague Joan Manda to join me and also to introduce the speakers. I'm aware that we are a little behind time, but I believe that you will find the discussions are quite interesting. So we'll try to be efficient in terms of time, as much as not losing so much also on the quality. Let me just briefly introduce Joanne Manda. She's an expert in climate finance policy and program support, and she's assisting countries in accessing international climate finance and managing domestic climate change responses. Joanne, the rule that we have adopted is that people will find your bio on Google. So I believe it's fair in terms of introduction, but also we really wish that we want to work closely with you. I've seen here that you are providing resources for countries in terms of climate finance. So we hope to further engage with you and support SADC region when it comes to climate finance. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming our colleague Joanne. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for that introduction. I'm well aware that I am standing between you and lunch, so I will try and make this very, very quick and very, very efficient, as you said. I'm Joanne Manda, and I'm the Regional SDG Investment Advisor with the Africa Sustainable Finance Hub. I'm joined this afternoon with a great panel, one of which is online. Great, good to see that they're there. The first panelist is Joyce Dlamini, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Eswatini Stock Exchange and a financial market expert with an extensive range of product knowledge. She's got over 27 years of experience in accounting, treasury, and currency operations. So we really look forward to hearing from you, Joyce. And she will be sharing on the SADC bond, green bond program, which I think I remember that you did have some conversations yesterday on bonds, so it's a great way to sort of cap off the conversation. The other panelist is William Sichombo, who is the Head of Policy and Digital Financial Services at FSD Zambia. He leads the strategic direction and implementation of DFS and policy regulatory initiatives for the organization. And it's really great to have you, William. And sorry that you're not here in person, but thank you so much for your contributions, which will come. And he will be focusing particularly on the role of climate smart finance in driving inclusive growth. Okay, so that went a bit fast, okay. So looking forward to the conversations. I thought I would set a little bit of a background, and recognizing the time, I will keep it quite short. But basically, you know, it's very difficult to come to an event like this and not at least tell you about what UNDP is doing. My colleague here has thrown me into the deep end talking about how we supply finance, which is not technically correct in the sense, but we do help countries to unlock the finance that they can access and make it easier for you to be able to raise capital and to deploy it in order to achieve the SDGs. I hope the PowerPoint is available. I'm not sure. I'm clicking. 2, 3, is it there? Ah, this is the wrong one. This is Joyce's presentation, which we will very much enjoy soon. But I think there's another one. Okay, well, while that's coming, let me just tell you what was on the first slide. Basically, my role is in the Africa Sustainable Finance Hub, where we are spearheading a number of initiatives across the region and globally that are looking specifically at unlocking capital for the SDGs. We have a number of service offers around public finance, and I'm sure you've already had a bit of some of that discussion, particularly as it pertains to catalyzing private sector investment into the SDGs. We also have programs and work around identifying investment pipelines, because I think that's quite important for this group as you're looking at different ways of deploying finance within the banking sector. Many of the comments that we've been getting are around how do we make sure that we have a viable pipeline in order to finance some of these projects that will not only deliver on economic returns, but also will deliver on the SDGs. We have an offering that also is specifically around SDG impact measurement and management, and I think that's most pertinent to this group this afternoon. It's specifically about how we can shift the financial system to focus on ESG, not as a risk mitigation factor, but to enrich it with the perspectives of the SDGs in order to make sure that sustainability is at the core of how financial decisions are made, at the core of financial transparency, financial disclosures, and is at the core of the principles for, here we are, sorry, let me go one back. There we go. So this is the integrated, this is the impact management and measurement framework, which helps us to bring sustainability into the core of the financial decision-making processes. Our final offer is really around integrated national financing frameworks and making sure that governments are addressing the national development plan in a holistic and integrated manner, looking at finance from both public, private, domestic, and international sources of finance. Now, this session is particularly looking at climate finance and how it might be leveraged for the SADC region. And because of the panelists, I wanted to just give a few slides around the debt finance, and particularly focusing on green bonds and so on. And so what we're seeing is, and I'll just skip this because I think it might be faster to jump to the core issues. What we are seeing across the globe and also in Africa, as UNDP, we are seeing an upsurge in the issuance of green, sustainability-linked blue bonds, thematic bonds, social bonds, and SDG bonds. This is becoming quite a topical issue, and you would think that it might not be something that Africa would be considering, given the high incident and the issues around the COVID recovery and the potential fiscal constraints that governments are facing, and also the high indebtedness nature. But this is a tool that, if deployed carefully and with strategy, is actually really incredibly important and powerful in leveraging, catalyzing, and galvanizing private capital to achieve SDGs. And I think Joyce will cover a little bit of that in her presentation. And what are the benefits of issuing a green bond? I think in many cases it does sort of give the political message, the commitment towards achieving impact beyond just the financial returns, the potential for achieving a lower cost of capital, recognizing that you will be tapping into new investors, a stickier pool of investors in particular. A lot of green investors will be wanting to get into this kind of financial instrument for the longer term, which I think is always a good thing to have on your book if you're in the Treasury and in the Finance Central Bank, and good tighter yields. And I think for us as UNDP, our objective in launching the support that we're giving to countries around thematic bonds is because we want that strong focus on impact around the SDGs, green, blue, and so on. So we've mentioned the debt issue, but just to say that UNDP has a really great tool that we utilize, and we support your debt management agencies to assess the goodness of fit for a financial instrument like this. I'll pause on this slide just to say that there, in the process of bond issuance, it's very much a standard tool that's very well known to many in the financial sector. I don't want to necessarily talk about the process, but just to say that when it comes to thematic bonds, as the UN, we engage very much in helping you structure and frame the KPIs and the framework for the bond to align with your national policies and plans, especially around climate finance, and to ensure that you have the right kind of, and we spoke earlier today, indicators and metrics that you can measure for the point number 6 there, which is around the monitoring and the reporting around this financial instrument. So I will just conclude by saying, so what is the implication for this when it comes to inclusive financial inclusion? Because often a bond is a large financing instrument, and often it is utilized to finance large-scale investments. But what we're seeing is a number of examples across countries where the bond is issued on the market, and usually a bank would do this. And then, of course, the bank then utilizes the proceeds to finance, put into their financing facility for green loans, for smaller scale disbursements. And I think that's a really interesting model that we are seeing emerging, and that we think is quite important in galvanizing private capital for the real economy. We're also seeing the issuance more and more of retail bonds, where we are having sovereigns issue retail bonds in their domestic market. And again, this then starts to impact on the real economy as well. And the final piece is around diaspora bonds, where we are seeing some emergence of these sorts of instruments where the diaspora buys into the bond, and the bond is held by a private entity who then issues the small-scale loans for the kinds of services that many in our diaspora are interested in. So if you could change over to Joyce's slides as I conclude, just to say that I think there's huge opportunity as we start to think about the private sector and how it can really make a contribution to achieving the SDGs. And UNDP, together with UNCDF, have a joint program that we're designing around financing the real economy. It's very much a financial inclusion program, and it's about using these aggregator platforms where you can raise money through a bond or some other large instrument, but then dispersing it in small loan sizes that are suitable for the market that we're really trying to support. And so I'm sure you'll be hearing a little bit more of that as we progress, and I'm working quite closely with Cami on this. So with those few words, just to give you a bit of an outline, I'd like to call on Joyce, and thank you very much for you to present on your financial inclusion presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Good afternoon, everyone. What I'll be talking about today is just a few on what stock exchanges as part of the capital markets are doing in advancing financial inclusion within SADC. So as SADC stock exchanges, there are just 5 initiatives that we are currently doing at our different exchanges. So I don't want to waste your time. I'll just go on to my next slide. Okay, so SADC stock exchanges have seen that everybody is using his or her cell phone to transact for so many things. So that is why SADC stock exchanges have also gotten into these platforms where you are using your cell phone, whether it's a smartphone or even a normal cell phone. There are apps and there are also USSD codes that have been introduced in different stock exchanges around the region, all meant to capture more people to participate in our capital markets. And then there's also the education outreach programs that we do as exchanges, which are done across the region. It depends upon how you do it in your own country. But in my own country, we have institutions like the Center for Financial Inclusion, the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, and also the Central Bank. And then we also have those business incubators that we join hands and then try to do some financial literacy around what we do. Because I think you will agree with me that most people, when they think of money or where they can get money to finance whatever that they want to do, they always think of banks. And we are now saying, let's have a paradigm shift. Please start thinking about the stock exchanges when you want to raise finances as companies or as municipalities or as governments. So that is what we are trying to push, just to see that mindset change in our people. And then obviously, as exchanges, we need more securities on our markets. So that is what we are trading. If there are no securities, then it means we will have illiquid stock exchanges. So that is why we also do outreach programs to potential listees, whether it's going into their offices to try to educate them on the different options of raising finance on stock exchanges. So we do that all across the region. And then we also do investment conferences. Like in Eswatini, we started in 2019, which was our first, and then unfortunately there was COVID. But I am happy that we are now working in collaboration with SNG Grant Thornton to launch a green bond in Daba, which will be happening this coming Monday and Tuesday, where again, we are saying to our companies and our different players that here is a platform for you to get finance so that you can then use it for ESG projects. So that is exactly what we are trying to do in our different markets. And then obviously, we are also targeting the issuance of so many other climate finance instruments. I think yesterday they spoke about gender bonds, and also our moderator here, you know, she's covered almost everything that I wanted to say. So like right now, I don't think I have more to say, because the women in finance yesterday, Anne and Mary and everybody else, you know, they educated us. So I don't think I have a lot of work to do there. But in a nutshell, I think we can all see in this room that global warming is real. Temperatures are rising. We are experiencing flooding like never before. You know, all these weather upheavals that we have never seen in our lifetime. So I think even if you are doubting that there is global warming, I think now we can see it, which then calls for us. It's a challenge to all of us here in this room and everybody listening to us, that in our little corners, let's do something. The little steps, in the end, they bring a lot of outcome. So I think the ball is in our court to do whatever we need to do, especially to address climate change. Maybe for now, let me just end it.
Thank you very much for that. I think perhaps let me pass on to our second panelist, William, who can then share with us a little bit about the link between these instruments and the financial inclusion aspects and inclusive growth. Over to you, William.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm still audible.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Oh, great. So, because I'm trying to share it, and thank you so much, Joanne, and good afternoon, delegates and distinguished guests. Having followed this discussion from when we started yesterday, I think I've been through all the sessions except for the one at the Hard Rock Cafe yesterday. So that one was missed. But I think as Joanne has mentioned, sitting in between people's lunchtime is always a tricky position, and also sitting with these distinguished panelists makes you run out of words to say. But nevertheless, I think trying to bring down to earth our discussion. We've looked at the macros, we've looked at all these bonds, big numbers, but what does that mean to the man and woman on the ground? How do we then ensure that these impacts, I think we looked at the M&D frameworks earlier today, how do we ensure that we're tracking the right things and we're doing the right things? So allow me to just quickly run it through. I know we're pressed for time. So my presentation will be very brief. I know we'll look at the Zambia context, then going into financial services as well as the climate change pathways, looking at also how do we then tie this back, and also any kind of potential barriers that might befall us. So I think this is a Zambia context, but it won't be far from most of the SADC countries, member states. We have, on one hand, some gaps in terms of financial inclusion. So there is work that needs to be done there. But also we find that climate change impacts are real, and they actually threaten our GDP attainment as well as the SDG attainments. I think one of the glaring numbers I think I wanted to just point out on this is how with Zambia, my home country, we have an estimated $50 billion that we want to or we need in able to meet our NDC targets, these nationally determined contributions. So the task is big. And once this money comes in, how do we then break it down to make sure that we are achieving the right things in terms of climate? So I think this case, we're trying to look at two things. We're looking at climate change itself, climate financing rather, as well as financial inclusion. And then how do we tie in those two? So the four standard measures or things that we normally want to do is to mitigate the effects of climate change. And this has been demonstrated through financial services. Issues like having people use energy efficient cooking and lighting. We can look at how do we then build resilience in our communities through financial services to reduce this vulnerability once calamities befall them. And this is now things around insurance. I think the previous discussions also touched on how do we then implement things like micro insurance into our NFIS, our financial strategies. We also need to look at how to then have our people then adapt to these climate change impacts. And then also transition from the current state to be able to then survive and also be able to be to reduce the vulnerable status by having them gain more income. I think it's very clear and has been demonstrated that this climate change affects the vulnerable way more than it does those who are already included in terms of financial services. I won't dwell too much on this. We have had already pretty much a masterclass in terms of what climate change financing is. But I think just a flavor of some of the potential projects that we look at in terms of implementing these climate financed projects. I know there will be a mix in terms of public financing or whatever source of financing that we're looking at, whether a grant or some kind of loan. But I think at the end of the day, we are trying to look at renewable energy, water, pollution, and then how do we then move around? I think COVID was a good example of how we all stopped moving. And suddenly, it seems the Earth took a break in terms of pollution. So it's how do we then efficiently move around things? Do we always need to move? So I think not dwelling too much on this, this is pretty much what we have been discussing the past 2 days around what does it mean for policy and regulation. Do we have adequate policies? Do we have restrictive regulation? I think most regulators in the room will always be on that hard rock and stone place where how do we then create an enabling environment? We've talked about infrastructure already. I will not go too much into that in the interest of time, but I think I'll stop briefly around the skills and capability. I think most of the focus ends up on one end of the spectrum, but I think in terms of skills and capability, we really need to go through the whole value chain and also make sure that all the actors are adequately skilled in terms of how do we then implement some of these climate finance projects. I'll skip this one. I think we've already discussed most of this. Briefly speaking, in terms of what we're doing as FSD Zambia, we're looking at some of the projects that we can speak to in terms of bringing it down in terms of pilots that are scalable and sustainable. Is around the inclusive crop insurance and inclusive livestock schemes. These are innovative schemes that are looking at using technology to bring down the insurance products to a micro level. We're also looking at digitizing agricultural finance through radio drama. We also have interactive voice recording messages that are going through to people's mobile phones. And we have also one project that looks at promoting alternative to charcoal. This is where we are using savings groups to use them for that convening power, and also the way they are structured to deliver the message to these savings groups so that they can also now start enjoying these products. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that while the climate change might happen in the individual states, we might feel that it's restricted to our own borders, but this does not end at a borderline. Once we have a calamity, whether it's a flooding, we find that sometimes it will always end up affecting the neighbor. So I think as SADC, this is a good chance for us to relook at how we collaborate. I know that has already been mentioned before, but if there ever has been another motivation for us to collaborate, I think this is it. So I'll end here and hand it back to Joanne.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, William. And I think you covered some really critical aspects of the conversation and linked it right back to the SADC strategy that's been under conversation these last 2 days. Maybe let me just give Joyce 5 more seconds, not minutes, just to reflect on the SADC Green Bond program and kind of make the connections there. And then I'll open it to the floor for just a couple of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay, the SADC Green Bond Program is a program or a project that's funded by FSD Africa. All that it's meant to do is to assist individual stock exchanges to issue green or sustainability bonds on their platforms. So FSD Africa has held so many capacity building workshops for all of us within the region, where it wasn't only stock exchanges, but everybody acting within our ecosystem has been capacitated. That includes the potential issuers of green bonds and also their advisory teams. And they also help us to connect with external verifiers, because when it comes to green bonds, the focus is more on the use of proceeds. So you need to bring in a verifier, an independent party, to assist the advisors from the time they craft the listing document, which is the program memoranda, to make sure that whatever you stipulated in that program memoranda is exactly where the proceeds that you get from the market, you use them. So you cannot say, I'm going to build student accommodation when you come to the market to raise the finance and then only to turn around and do something else. So those people are there to make sure that the use of proceeds goes exactly to where you had said you're gonna deploy those funds in. And so these projects, if all actors within our ecosystems can hold hands with us, I think we can go far, because we have seen globally that green bonds have been oversubscribed, meaning the appetite is still huge for global investors when it comes to sustainability or climate finance. So if we can all act and do our part, then we will be able to attract global investors or impact investors to come and invest in our different projects within SADC. For Eswatini, we already have created our deal flow, where we included all our projects, both from the public sector and also from the private sector, and we have forwarded them to the SADC Green Bond Program Manager, and she has already assisted us in trying to make sure that once our companies advance in the process of listing these documents, they will be in the right form so that it can attract those global funds. So in a nutshell, that is what the green bond is about. It's meant for stock exchanges and everybody within the ecosystem to shaping up so that that global money can find home in our different countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce, and for keeping to the 5 seconds as well. I really appreciate that. I think we've heard from both the panelists and from myself the importance of leveraging this kind of financial instrument, the role of the stock exchanges, because the speaker before spoke about how we always think about going to the banks for money, but there's other ways to raise capital, and we can be looking at the stock exchanges and other non-banking financial service providers to come into and become a part of this ecosystem with financial inclusion in mind. I have been given strict instructions to ask for maybe one question from the floor. If there's anyone with a burning comment, question, reflection, to put their hand up. Please note that this PowerPoint will be available for you, so you will have all of this information. And of course, you can always contact us. I think I saw a hand over here. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. Maybe not specifically to our panelists, or maybe to member countries that have successfully issued green bonds, gender bonds, or blue bonds. How has been the domestic market response? Thank you.
I think this question does warrant a response. Anyone willing to share their experiences from the floor? Yes, Tanzania.
Thank you very much. As we are thinking about the green finance or sustainable finance, as a Tanzania, we've moved very far on this agenda. And actually, it was like implementation of our 5-year plan. It was so difficult because we are more based on the taxes, traditional means. And now it was embarked by our president to think about on how we can leverage the private sector. And that we form a national team. We prepare a strategy and it was launched by our Minister of Finance in May 2021. And then we launched a national facilitation team, which comprises members from the Central Bank, Stock Exchange, Treasury Registrar, local government authorities, stock market, our capital market authority, and the stock market. And that now we prepare the strategy. And first of all, we conduct a trainer of trainers so that we start implementing that problem. But we get the challenge that most of the Treasury Registrar or Ministry Department, they don't have the project. So first of all, we have to train them how to write a project, bankable project, because these projects which are going to the sustainable finance is a not normal project. It's a project which is bankable that can be, you can float into the market. And that we need to develop some of the guidelines and rules. But what we see now, we have one, our water authority is soon will issue a green bond. And other, we see a lot of response from the private sector, where we issue our social bond, NMB. There was estimated to get like 20 billion US Tanzania shillings, but the bond was oversubscribed. We get about 74 billion. And another thing now we have already issued another bond, which is Islamic product, Sukuk bond. And the Sukuk bond, now we have 2 banks and the microfinance institution, they have already issued Islamic Sukuk bond, and really it was also oversubscribed. And currently we are working with the National Facilitation Team, how to develop a green finance guideline. And then we are also working on development of a crowding fund to ensure that we support the SME. So we see really a lot of opportunities, and our social bond was over cross-listed in Luxembourg, so we see a potential investors come on the second and on the capital market. So we have a lot of initiatives going under the National Facilitation Team, and also we see some of the PPP. We are now see how we can bring another project and a PPP arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think you'll also, if you reach out to South Africa, they also have quite a bit of an experience, and you'll find that in many cases, the green bonds, whether domestically or internationally, are often oversubscribed. There is huge appetite. What we have observed, if you're looking at countries that haven't moved in this direction yet, it's really more an awareness raising exercise for people in the market to understand the instrument, and particularly to understand the reporting requirements and understanding the taxonomy that identifies the projects and programs that are eligible for the use of proceeds. So some of those small things, if you can get those right, then you'll find that it is actually quite a quick thing. The MC has stood up, and I think that should tell us something. Let me hand the mic back. Before that, let me just say thank you very, very much to Joyce and William, who have given us some very interesting insights and quite a great way of kind of concluding the conversation for the conference. Thank you all very, very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Joanne, Joyce, and William. I think the session has been great. I know that we are now closing, we are about to close our forum, but before I will invite Brendan for the closing remarks, please allow me just to announce some logistics aspects of the forum. First of all, the pictures for the forum, I think it has been circulated on the WhatsApp group. Tracy, if you can raise your hand for those who might not be in the WhatsApp group, she can share with you the pictures, the link for the pictures. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of documents, there was a request for us to circulate the FinTech report. So I will share with my colleague Rob the SADC FinTech report so that all of us can download it from the documents link. And not only the FinTech report, but all of the documents that we have used during the forum, we'll make sure that they are available through that link. Next one is on the, as my director announced yesterday, for the financial inclusion strategy, the next stage is that the consultants will review the documents based on the comments received during this forum. Then the draft strategy will go to the Financial Inclusion Subcommittee meeting before we submit it to the Ministers of Finance and Investment. You might have already received, or some of you might have already received the invitation for the next Financial Inclusion Subcommittee, which is on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of June next month. Then we will discuss further the financial inclusion strategy during that meeting before we submit to the ministers. The next one is on the poll. We made a request that let's complete this. This is a very short exercise. Can we have an idea of how many of us have completed the poll, Michael? Okay, 36 submissions. We are almost 100 here. Please, colleagues, not necessarily now, but when you are back to your room or when you have time, please make sure to respond to the poll. Last but not the least, for sponsored delegates and for the colleagues who made requests to be picked for the airport transfers, please be advised that the pickup will be 3 hours before your departure time at the lobby or at the reception of Garden Court. So that's the last announcement. Brendan, the floor is yours for the closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Just some more housekeeping. Please sign the register. I don't know where the register is, but if it's at the back somewhere there. So if you haven't signed it, please do so. Yes, I think we've arrived at the end of what was a very productive 2 days, I believe. I think the partners that have convened the forum, the partnership is about 6 years old now. So we've been convening this together, SADC Secretariat, Finmark Trust, UNCDF, SADC Banking Association for the last 6 years. I think that shows that it's through partnerships that things will happen and can happen and should happen. And I want you to just give yourselves and the partnership a round of applause for working tirelessly and keeping the partnership together. It's not the end of the partnership, it needs to continue for the next 6 years at least. I also want to acknowledge the people that we don't see up front here. The real people that put this together are the ones that are behind the scenes. So I want them just to stand up there. Our Finmark team, Shirley, Rob, Patu, Mike, Dos Santos. Who else? Nati, I don't know where Nati is there. As well as from SADC Secretariat, Onalene is always very quiet at the back there. But she puts a lot of work in. Please give them a round of applause for bringing us here again and making it. I think you'll agree with me that the process has run smoothly. And it only runs smoothly because all the work is put in the background for weeks and months before we actually get here. Just a few observations. I'm not going to keep you long. a few observations. I think last year we talked about the shift from financial inclusion 1 to financial inclusion 2.0. I think you would have seen from the beginning of the session, this forum, firstly, the Minister of Entrepreneurship speaking. That's the first time, if you are wondering why a Minister of Entrepreneurship is at a financial inclusion forum, it's because we're making the shift to bringing financial access and inclusion closer to important economic outcomes and livelihoods for people. And SMMEs play a key role in that journey. And so for me, this process, which also is captured quite strongly in the SADC, the draft financial inclusion strategy, is also capturing that 2.0 move. When we did the 2016 strategy, these conversations about key economic outcomes were not front and center in that strategy. We were still operating within financial inclusion 1.0. So the shift has taken place. It's the right shift. And I think everybody is supporting that shift. And I think it's a good one. Yeah, I'm personally very skeptical of policy documents. And conferences. They are my two pet hates. You'll ask me, what am I doing here? I like conferences, only the ones that I am part of convening. So when we did the policy document, I was very skeptical of, is this going to go anywhere? Is it going to mean anything? But I think the evidence is there that we've made huge progress from that strategy. One of the key things we needed for that strategy was, how do we support the strategy? I think the CBE program that was put in place by the EU, it comes to support that strategy, and I think it's done well. It's moved the agenda. For example, on the data side, we now have FinScopes happening in a few different countries funded through that mechanism that we would not have been able to fund otherwise. And that CBE program will continue at least for the next 2 years or so. We've made progress in a number of other areas as well. The overall financial inclusion data was presented earlier, and you can see that there's progress being made. So this strategy is an important tool, and it's a tool that we have to see as a living document. My warning just is, let's not make it a 100-page document. That I get tired by the time I get to page 20, I need to take a rest. And I wouldn't guarantee getting to page 100. So although we want to put everything into it, let's rather focus on the things that we can do. And even if we get 40 or 50% of that regional strategy implemented, I think we would have done well. Let's not try and overload it. And even the conversation about indicators, rather fewer indicators and better quality indicators than have 100. Please, let's not go down that road, because we'll have another policy document that means nothing. So that's my appeal. I'm hoping it will take into the task team that meets. Of course, this policy will be adopted. The director will make sure of it when he talks to the ministers, presents it to the ministers. That's what he does. But I think the work only starts then. And the challenge is, how do we implement this new strategy between now and 2028? I think there's a strong team under the director at the SADC Secretariat. I think in my 12 years, I don't want to offend any people working at the Secretariat, but for me, this is the strongest team we've had to support financial inclusion. I don't know what else they do, but certainly for financial inclusion, this has been the strongest team. And I think that's a good asset for the region, but it's not enough. They can't do this on their own. We are going to have to harness the resources that we have in the SADC region. And part of their job, I don't want to presume to be able to tell the director what his job is, but if this policy is going to succeed, they're going to have to harness all of us, to come together and put our energies into this focus area. There are many other focus areas. I'm talking about donors, I'm talking about non-profit organizations, the FSDs. We have 4 FSDs in this region. Ourselves as Finmark, we have one in Zambia, we have one in Tanzania, and we have one in Mozambique as well. I was counting between them, there are about 60 to 70 people employed in those FSDs. Those are resources that we should be using and skills we should be using to implement the strategy. Of course, funding is an important one, and long may the EU funding for this work last, but there are other funders and that can support this initiative, and it's their job, together with us, to harness, to create an army of willing financial inclusion soldiers to implement this program. I think that's probably going to be one of our biggest challenges to implement this strategy, is the capacity and resources to implement it. It does not happen on its own. So with those few words, I want to thank you again for your attention. The engagement was great, was robust, and I'm hoping that you benefited from the sharing experience as well that you can take home. Please travel home safely, and we will see you next time. Before you go though, we do need to do the evaluation of this forum. I think the link is on your program. So please go in there, provide us with your comments and feedback so that we can make it even better next time when you come around. So if you enjoyed the Hard Rock Cafe, please tell the director to make sure it happens next time as well. Thank you very much and travel safely. I'll hand back to Rado to finish.
Brendan, I thought you were doing the closing remarks. No, just to say thank you so much to all on behalf of my 2 bosses here. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much to our interpreters. Without them, I believe many of our member states were not able to communicate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much also to our communication team moving around. I can see Tracy is there. Thank you so much. And see you next time. Safe trip and enjoy our lunch. Thank you, colleagues.